LCOSM.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Op 60, step 10, step 20. Blast danger area is clear.
Roger.
LCOSM.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I can also give you step 60. Flight hazard area has been cleared of all personnel accounted for.
Roger.
L minus 30 minutes.
RC, conduct weather briefing on Channel 8 Weather Conference Net.
Roger.
Arm controls, start arm hydraulic final preps.
Roger.
LOX 1, perform pogo suppressor charge.
Roger.
Prop 1, perform RD180 transducer converter calibration.
Roger.
P&E 2, perform Centaur LH2 SVV cycle test.
Roger.
minus 29 minutes.
Prop 1, LC.
Prop 1, go.
Are we complete?
Yes, RD180 transducer converter calibration is complete and the engine FIV is open.
Roger. Flight control, start flight control final prep.
Roger. LC, P&E 2.
Go ahead.
Centaur LH2 SVV cycle tests are complete.
Roger.
RP1 temperature update complete.
Roger.
LC arm control.
Go ahead.
Arm hydraulic final preps are complete.
Roger.
minus 27 minutes. minus 25 minutes.
LC, this is flight control.
Go ahead.
Step 90, flight control final preps complete, and Atlas hydraulics at standby pressure.
Roger.
L minus 23 minutes.
SYS, switch all secondary decoms to RF link and verify lock.
Roger.
Initiate orbital parameter calculations on primary CCLS.
Roger.
L minus 22 minutes.
LC, Lexlin.
Go ahead.
Pogo suppressor charge is complete.
Roger.
LCSYS.
Go ahead.
All secondary. Secondary.
Yeah, you're breaking up, SYS.
Slide on RF link.
I did copy that. Please check your headset.
L minus 21 minutes. L minus 20 minutes.
PNE1, reinitiate AHB charging.
Roger.
RLM, verify redline monitor and event table or in the
you can
correct
configure suit
configuration
flow,
for terminal
deflate
count.
the lumbar support, configure your restraints.
RC,
For the
verify
pre-brief,
solar
keep your visors
radiation,
up, please.
acceptable for
Ground
launch.
here will be commanding
Verify.
off. Suit fan Bravo momentarily.
Starliner copies.
All communications switch to channel 1. All personnel and visitors remain in present position until launch. Maintain operational silence in the LCC.
This is the LC with a terminal count briefing. If a condition exceeds a launch constraint anytime after the terminal count status check, The observer shall announce hold, hold, hold on channel 1, identify their station, and briefly state the reason for the hold.
L minus 18 minutes.
Flight control, perform launch on time verification.
Roger. Launch on time verified.
Roger.
OFI, P1.
Go ahead.
AHB charging reestablished and at flight mass.
Roger.
L minus 17 minutes.
OSM, place SRB ignition SNA switch in the enable position.
SRB ignition enabled.
Verify FCO, RCO, and OSM hold fire switches are in their proceed position. Ready.
There. We also have a launch visibility is always a factor here in the Southeast. Can you see the rocket and from where? And our friends at United Launch Alliance provided us with this graphic so you can see about which point in the launch you would see the rocket. If you're within the first two inner circles, you should be able to see the solid rocket boosters jettison a minute after launch. Folks in the Orlando and Central Florida area will be able to see it about 90 seconds of flight. And then it'll come into view for much of the rest of the state. Tampa on the west coast of Florida. The southeast corner of Georgia might be able to see the Atlas Centaur separation, which happens after 3 minutes of flight. Again, we're looking good here at the ASOC. Richard Jones polled his team, the NASA operations manager.
15 minutes.
And all of them are go.
LC flight. Channel 1 and air to ground 1 are now merged, going to air to ground 1.
Roger.
We'll send it back to the host desk.
LC flight.
Starliner,
loud and clear.
I have you loud and clear also.
And our astronauts, who you see there. Again, this is the test
Starliner,
flight.
Houston, ComCheck, air to ground 1.
Houston, Starliner, loud and clear.
Houston has you loud and clear on air to ground 1.
Test flight, and Boeing is working towards certification. To do that, there are a total of 87 flight test objectives and many more operational capability checkouts. So take a look at some of the main objectives with the crew on board. I'll go through a couple of them here. So they will demonstrate the performance of crew-related equipment. The crew will perform hatch operations and transfer emergency equipment. They will also evaluate the vehicle and transfer cargo while in a docked configuration. They'll conform functionality of manual piloting and deorbit with a successful separation of the crew module from the service module. And finally, they will demonstrate Starliner's entry and descent. 13 minutes and 24 seconds from only the 6th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new spacecraft designed for crew. And if you're curious about the previous 5 flights, we have you covered. Check out our video here. Mercury Redstone 3 was the first test flight. Alan Shepard, May 5th, 1961.
Gemini 3 with astronauts Gus Grissom and John Young launched March 23rd, 1965.
Apollo 7, October 11th, 1968, with Wally Schirra, Don Isley, and Walt Cunningham.
STS-1 launched with astronauts John Young and Robert Crippen, and it launched April 12th, 1981.
Starliner Houston, your suit fan Bravo is repowered. It looks good. Please close your visors. Column closed.
You saw video there of Demo 2, May 2020, Doug Hurley, Bob Benkin.
And then, of course, today's NASA's and Boeing's crew flight test with Butch Wilmore, and Sonny Williams.
You know, Mike, 12 minutes and 15 seconds to go. How are you feeling?
I am excited. I'm grateful to ULA and Boeing and NASA team that we are sharing this historic moment together. Go Starliner.
Yeah, our hearts and well wishes are with Butch and Sonny as they make history testing what is poised to be the second commercial crew vehicle that is certified to ferry people to and from the International Space Station. So with 11 minutes and 46 seconds to go, let's send it back over to ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennicke to walk us through the final moments of today's launch countdown. Let's do it, guys.
Let's do it, Megan. We just heard the Starliner readiness poll is a go. We know the crew's visors are down now, so we are moving along smoothly into the final 11 minutes and 30 seconds of this countdown. This is an instantaneous launch window today, which means that we will launch when the orbital path for the ISS aligns with the Space Coast. Once we get into orbit, Starliner will be working to catch up with the space station, eventually reaching speeds of more than 17,500 miles per hour. It'll take about 25 hours or so to get there. And we are going to be watching here any minute.
Minus 11 minutes.
For the crew access
arm. Control, so the crew access arm for launch.
Roger.
Right on cue. Crew access arm about to start moving away from the spacecraft. And Dylan, we will watch it move very slowly today, but it could move much faster if needed.
That's right, Lauren. It takes about 2 minutes to rotate the 120 degrees back away from Starliner to its stowed position and latched position on the crew access tower. Here we go. But we could, in the event of an emergency, redeploy it in less than 15 seconds.
It's amazing that it can do that. We hope to not have to ever see that happen. After liftoff today, Brandy and Jim will continue commentary from Houston through ascent, spacecraft separation, and the orbital insertion burn. We will have the shot of Butch and Sonny inside Starliner until the moment of launch, and then we will get it again when we get to the ISS.
Minus 10 minutes.
Flight, verify CST 100 on internal power. Verified. Starliner, configure ordnance for launch.
Touch and work.
All right, the spacecraft is running completely on its own now. And they are configuring ordnance for launch. That means the devices that initiate our separation events are ready to support both nominal and contingency operations that happen or could happen during ascent.
So, Lauren, we're just about 2.5 minutes now away from our terminal count status check. The terminal count status check is the final report from each operator indicating that their system, whether it be a ground control system or a launch vehicle system, is ready to execute the final 4 minutes of the countdown to launching the rocket. At this point, if there were an issue, the anomaly team would be discussing it, but nothing like that has happened right now. All's quiet. I am expecting to hear all members of the team report go when pulled by Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo.
And we're actually hearing on a side channel that they are preparing for the launch vehicle systems poll. This is the long one. A lot of people view this as their favorite poll. It's kind of fun to listen to them list off each system, and then that team will give a final go or no go for launch. And we will be able to watch cameras on the rocket today, and live telemetry feeding back will provide a real-time look at the spacecraft model when video isn't possible during the ascent as it moves through the dynamic phases.
L-minus 8 minutes.
Under 8 minutes before Butch and Sunny head back to a place they consider home. Both of them have spent 2 different stints of about 6 months on the International Space Station, and they are thrilled to be going back for a 3rd time. Sunny told me she even cried the last time she left the space station because she didn't know if she would ever go back. So this flight is a dream for her.
LC arm control.
Go ahead.
True axis arms stowed for launch.
Roger. LC switch to ready position. All steps are complete prior to status check.
Let's listen in to Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo conduct that final terminal count status check as we prepare for launch.
L-minus 7 minutes.
Status check to proceed with terminal count. Atlas systems, propulsion.
Go.
Hydraulics.
Go.
Pneumatics.
Go.
LO2.
Go.
Water.
Go.
Centaur systems, propulsion.
Go.
Pneumatics.
Go.
LO2.
Go.
LH2.
Go.
Has gas.
Go.
Electrical systems, airborne.
Go.
Ground.
Go.
Facility.
Go.
RFFTS.
Go.
Flight control.
Go.
GC cube.
Go.
Op support.
Go.
Com.
Go.
Umbilicals.
Go.
Arm control.
Go.
ECS.
Go.
Redline monitor.
Go.
Quality.
Go.
Op safety manager.
Go.
ULA safety officer.
Go.
Vehicle system engineer.
Go.
Anomaly chief.
Go.
Range coordinator.
Clear to proceed.
Flight director.
Houston flight is go.
Starliner.
Starliner, go.
Launch director.
You have permission to launch.
Proceeding with the count. ALC, verify T0 is set for 14:52:15 Zulu.
Verified.
Starliner, net is clear.
Thank you, LC. For everybody listening, just a thought. Sonny and I, as we were traveling to the pad, we saw many American flags, and many of you were waving flags at us. And then as we reached the pad, we look up, and of course there's that American flag on the side of the white room, also one on the side of the rocket itself. And we know that that represents unity and resilience and unified efforts for the common good. And that's what Sonny and I have witnessed this last month. Each of you displaying what this nation's forefathers envisioned, a people committed to God, family, and country, a people who use their gifts and talents for the common good, and are passionate and tough. And we all know that when the going gets tough, and it often does, the tough get going. And you have. And Sonny and I are honored to share this dream of spaceflight with each and every one of you. So with that, LC, let's get going. Now let's put some fire in this rocket, and let's push it to the heavens where all these tough Americans have prepared it to be.
Let's go, Calypso. Take us to space and back.
LC flight, Starliner configured for terminal count.
On my marker, the time will be T-minus 4 minutes and counting. 3, 2, 1, mark. 3,
Clocks have resumed for on-time liftoff.
Just beautiful words from Butch there. No better example of unity on this planet than what happens at the International Space Station, where Butch and Sunny are headed in just 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
3:30.
Atlas hydraulics at flight press.
Atlas boosters hydraulic steering systems now pressurized for launch.
Starliner's LAS prop valves are configured for launch, the propulsion valves that need to be open in the case of an abort from the pad.
3 minutes.
Pressurizing Atlas tanks. Securing LO2 topping.
250. FTS internal.
Flight software is in ascent mode. It is now set for the uphill climb.
$159. Vehicle internal. 155.
Launch sequencer start.
150.
Securing Centaur LH2.
Securing Centaur LO2.
Vehicle is now transferred to its onboard batteries, and topping is
140.
completed.
Launch enabled.
137.
FTS armed.
$120. OCU's armed.
SCS count started. EDS ascent.
Starliner, last arm to auto. Last arm auto.
Roger.
That call meaning if the emergency detection system on Atlas detects something.
Rock report range status. Range green. 54.
POP started.
It will trigger the launch abort system on Starliner and fire automatically. If that happened, the spacecraft would push itself away from the rocket a mile up and a mile out.
Atlas at flight press.
Centaur at flight press.
25.
Status check. Go Atlas. Go Centaur. Go Starliner. Godspeed, Butch and Sunny.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff of Starliner and Atlas V, carrying 2 American heroes, drawing a line to the stars for all of us.
Commander Butch Wilmer, they're calling down to Mission Control here in Houston that the spacecraft has begun rolling into the right attitude for its ascent, and the Guidance, Navigation, and Control Officer here in the room seeing good data on that.
Starliner passing through max Q, or the point of maximum dynamic pressure where the forces of air friction are highest, which in Sunny will shortly be passing through Mach 1, where the speed of sound.
Starliner and Atlas. Looking good with speeds and attitude increasing as expected. Coming up in less than 20 seconds, the solid rocket boosters will run out of fuel and burn out.
Good SRB burnout.
Good SRB.
Now that the fuel in the solid rocket boosters has been depleted, the Atlas main booster stage will be continuing its burn for about the next 3 minutes.
Good handle.
Good handle.
That call, good handle, from Capcom Joshua Kutrick, indicating that the crew now has the ability to initiate an abort manually if needed. All looking good so far. Now 2 minutes into Starliner's flight and coming up on the solid rocket booster jettison at the 2 minute and 40-second mark.
CLG and net, good trajectory.
CLG.
The solid rocket boosters have now been jettisoned after seeing Starliner through its first 90 seconds of flight. Team on the ground here confirming that it was a good jettison and that the vehicle's trajectory continues to look good. Now 3 minutes into today's flight.
Atlas booster now throttling back to limit the G-forces on Butch and Sunny, trying to limit that to around 3.5 times the force of gravity you would feel while on the ground.
Staging.
Here in the ground.
Decals open. You have Sublimator act.
Decal sub act. Decal. Great act.
Team on the ground reporting that they saw the ascent cover on top of Starliner that's been protecting the spacecraft's docking system through its climb into orbit. They saw that jettison as planned.
Staging was good. You have good control.
And now the second stage's 2 Centaur engines have ignited to continue pushing Starliner into space, fueled by liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. The next milestone that we'll be watching for is the aeroskirt jettison.
Starliner, you had good booster performance. You're up to plus 31.
Plus 31.
Atlas Control reporting booster performance offset of 31 seconds of ISP, or specific impulse, relative to its design baseline of around 450.
All continuing to perform well, almost 7 minutes into today's flight.
Good centaur.
Good centaur.
Capcom Joshua Kutrick continuing to pass good news up to Starliner's crew. At last one reporting that the Centaur upper stage remains in good condition and is performing well, pushing them into orbit.
St. John's open.
St. John's.
Starliner is now entering its first guided abort range, where Starliner would direct itself towards a specific location in the event of abort. In this case, just off the coast of St. John's, the capital of the Canadian province of Newfoundland Labrador.
Starliner MECO converged 11:52, 11:52. Good perf, you're at 34 to 36 seconds.
11:52, 34 seconds.
That call letting the crew know that the main engine cutoff, MECO, should happen just about on time, about 12 minutes into today's flight. Another good indication that Starliner's ascent is taking along exactly as expected. Main engine cutoff is a major milestone marking Starliner's arrival on orbit. Still got about 2.5 minutes until we get to that, with the spacecraft continuing to perform well, make its way towards orbit.
No action, Starliner, on the LCL. That's just the system coming up into controlling mode.
Outstanding. No action.
Once the main engine is cut off, the next step will be the launch vehicle separation. That's set to occur just short of 15 minutes after launch, when Starliner will separate from the rocket and fly free in space for the first time. Flight Dynamics officer reporting that at this point, Starliner could potentially make an abort landing off the coast of Ireland.
Good cooling.
And they're, again, all continuing well, so we're not expecting to need that abort.
As Starliner is rapidly approaching orbital velocity, the abort region is only available for just over 1 minute, where Starliner would just continue up to orbit after that.
.30 seconds to MECO.
Just 30 seconds to go. Now until main engine cutoff, marking Starliner's arrival on orbit.
Nominal MECO Starliner.
Nominal MECO.
And with that nominal MECO call, that's main engine cutoff. We've got good energy, meaning a good velocity for continuing to orbit, and a good plane, meaning Starliner's trajectory is aligned with the International Space Station for rendezvous tomorrow.
And with that, Butch Wilmore and Shen Williams returned to orbit. Individually, they are both extremely experienced astronauts.
14:5 to 14:52.
14:52.
They're both very experienced astronauts with a combined total of 489 days in space between them. Starliner is also the third spacecraft that they've launched in. Both have traveled to the International Space Station via space shuttles and Soyuz and are now well on their way to repeating the journey via Starliner. It's also worth noting that Williams' role as pilot marks the first time that a woman has crewed a flight test of an orbital spacecraft.
Just a few seconds ago, you heard Capcom Joshua Kucher calling up to Butch and Sonny. With the expected time, Starliner will separate from Centaur at about 14 minutes, 52 seconds into flight, just under 2 minutes from now, or 1 minute from now.
That is actually the last major milestone for Starliner's ascent. All the hard work is done, but we need for Starliner to be flying on its own before it can begin heading towards the International Space Station. There's a slight pause in the action here while Centaur repressurizes and does some attitude control. We'll get into the right orientation to send Centaur on its way and then jettison it and move into the right orientation for the orbital insertion burn, which will come about 31 minutes into flight.
No action on the cabin temp Starliner.
No action.
And about 10 seconds until an expected launch vehicle separation.
LV-SEP confirmed.
Good LV-SEP.
And now that Starliner has separated from this Centaur upper stage, we have a big thank you to our partners at ULA, providing Butch and Sonny a smooth ride to space.
That is not the end of today's orbit activity, though. The team will now be getting ready for the orbital insertion burn, which comes 31 minutes after flight. So that's still about 15 minutes away now. Shen Williams and Butch Wilmore will be getting their tablets out and doing a few other activities to get Starliner ready for that. And that will be one of the, that will be the first in a series of burns that will set Starliner on its way to the International Space Station. Once again, Starliner with astronauts Butch Wilmore and Shen Williams on board launched from Florida, the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, Launch Pad 41 at 9:52 a.m. Central, 10:52 a.m. Eastern today, and they have now made it into
your
orbit.
nominal TDRA show MDL is active. You have good targeting for OI.
Good targeting.
with the call for good targeting and information about Starliner's TDRS schedule being good, means that we've got good communication with the ground. TDRS is the tracking relay data satellites that Starliner uses to talk to the ground, and the flight controllers on the ground are seeing the dynamic.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if you could relay a message to our brethren at ULA.
We're all listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, they've been a member of the family for a long time, but now it's official, and we want to welcome them to human spaceflight.
We all copy all and really appreciate the words.
And Houston Starliner, we are on the tablets and in insertion monitor.
Copy tablets, we're with you, insertion monitor.
So the crew have their tablets out, so no longer using the paper procedures now that the vehicle has stopped moving so quickly. So there's a handful of things that the crew's going to do now, mostly just prepare the inside of the cockpit so they are looking at the right data to prepare for the upcoming orbital insertion burn. The vehicle itself has done a few things recently. Started to power on the solar rays on the back of Starliner and turning off several of the thrusters that are no longer needed at this phase of flight. Upcoming in about 4 minutes, Starliner is going to start to orient itself in the direction it needs to do the orbital insertion burn. And the crew inside the vehicle will be turning the wireless access point on and allow them to stream some of the data from the spacecraft onto their procedure tablets.
And Houston Starliner, last arm is off. Backup control switches, enable 1 on, enable 2 off. SM RCS is the mode.
We copy off. Enable 1 is on, enable 2 is off. SM RCS, you're in a good config.
Good config.
Your EXDV targets are on board and good.
Good EXDV.
Things will be pretty quiet as Starliner gets into position for the orbital insertion burn. That's still about 10 minutes away. Starliner is actually designed to be pretty autonomous and, in fact, docked with the space station on its last trip around without the help of any crew on board. But we do still want to know that if needed, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams could take control and manually abort the spacecraft's approach to the station if they needed to. So to prove that, one of the few things on their agenda after they reach orbit will be to perform a test of the manual piloting mode.
This test will involve first pointing Starliner's nose towards the Earth so that its communication antenna on the back of the service module is pointed at the satellites, the TDRS satellites that allow it to communicate with the team on the ground. They'll then move Starliner so that its solar arrays are pointed at the sun, showing they could charge Starliner's internal batteries as needed. And they'll follow that up with a demonstration of the star trackers, one of the ways that Starliner determines where it is in space, pointing Starliner away from Earth so that the system, the Vesta system, can get a good look at the stars.
The next step will be for the crew to manually speed Starliner up and then slow back down, which will slightly raise and then lower their orbit and prove that they can manually break away from the orbit that the space station is in if they needed to. At that point, they can move on to the last
Starliner,
items of the
still no
test.
action on your cabin temp. You're in a good config. It's 74 degrees in there. Yeah, and that's just due to that T2 sensor sitting beside the light. So we're actually going to inhibit that particular sensor. We'll let you know when we bring it back online.
Okay, great. Looks like we're on our way to thrust alarm.
Emperor.
Josh Gutrick calling up that the crew can ignore some alarms they're seeing on the temperatures inside Starliner. That's just a result of one of the sensors being next to a light that's causing it to show higher than it actually is. But it sounds like the crew are pretty comfortable and are getting into place for that orbital insertion. As I was saying, after they have manually broken away from the orbit of, proven that they can manually break away from the orbit of the space station, they are going to move on to the last items of their test for tonight. That's manually moving Starliner into the right orientation for re-entering the atmosphere, and then moving back into the attitude that will let them soak up some sun with the solar arrays and try a different method of manually charging the spacecraft's batteries. But again, once that all has to wait until after the orbital insertion burn. This is, again, the first of several burns that will put Starliner on its way to the International Space Station. We've still got about 6.5 minutes until we fire up the engines for that burn.
Starliner, we did not see the hand controller deflection. Just wanted to know if you did that yet.
No, we'll get it now.
All good.
USO established barricades around MLP and areas east of MLP and perform O2 LEL checks at complex 41 areas. Project ECS LC.
Team here on the ground seeing that everything is looking like it's in the right configuration for the orbital insertion burn. Now less than 5 minutes away. Starliner is currently about 102 miles above the Mediterranean Sea, heading southeast over India in the next few minutes.
Starliner, good config for the OI burn.
Good config for OI.
And good config from the OI burn. Crew and ground controllers noting that Starliner is pointed in the direction it needs to for the OI burn. It should also be about the time that the crew are using their tablets for their procedures, also charging them, keeping them topped up for the rest of the rendezvous.
We unfortunately won't have a view of Williams and Wilmore as they work through this procedure. although we had a view of them from inside the cabin on the ground, Starliner isn't able to send that view to us again until it gets to the International Space Station. So you'll be seeing this screen quite a bit as Starliner was getting into the right position for the burn. And actually just now you can see some of the engines firing that help it steer and move around in space. And you can also see what attitude it's in at any given time. Lots of good information on this screen.
It is. A lot of this information actually directly mimics the views that the crew is seeing, especially the one in the upper left-hand panel. That is an exact copy of the display the crew is using for their attitude directional indicator. It also covers what mode their translational hand controller and the translational pointing is in. On the left side, on the right side, the pointing guidance, which tells the Starliner in automated mode which direction to point, or when in manual mode, which direction the crew needs to move the vehicle, like we're going to do in some of the manual piloting maneuvers. And following back up a little bit on the camera conversation, there is a planned upgrade of the Mustang system that we should see on our PCM-1 mission that will include live feeds from inside the cockpit.
And the Mustang system is the cameras that we were seeing views from earlier.
That's correct. There's a handful of cameras around the inside of Starliner. We often see the one from kind of beneath Butch and Sunny. That's given one of the better views without being directly right in their face while they're inside the cockpit during pre-launch. But once they're in orbit, they've gotten out of their seats a little bit, and we should be able to see a little bit more around the cabin.
We will, though, as you've already heard, continue to hear regular audio updates from the crew. Everything going well now that Starliner is just under 30 minutes into today's flight. We've got about a minute and a half left to go into that orbital insertion burn that will be kind of the final end cap, really, to today's ascent, which, again, took place at 10:52 a.m. Eastern when Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams launched inside the first Starliner to carry crew members on board from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, Launch Pad 41. They made it to orbit about 14 minutes later, and now we are just again waiting for this first of a series of burns that will set Starliner on its way to a rendezvous with the International Space Station that is scheduled to take place at 12:15 p.m. Eastern, 11:15 a.m. Central tomorrow.
And we're coming up at about 40 seconds till the orbital insertion burn. This burn is going to take Starliner out of its slightly suborbital trajectory and push it up to an altitude that will allow us to catch up with ISS for a rendezvous later tomorrow.
15 seconds left to go, and once again, you'll be able to see those engines firing on this digital screen here that show when the burn has started.
2 seconds. And flight controllers here in Houston, seeing 4 good OMACs, good burn.
We take a look. That was a good OI burn. You're maneuvering to NavCal 1.
Good OI burn, going to NavCal 1.
And with that call up, both crew and flight controllers agreeing that that was a good OI burn. I'm looking at the trajectory plot here in Mission Control. I see our trajectory pointing us directly up to the altitude we need to go to for the next burn. Right now, Starliner is moving into NavCal mode, or NavCal attitude. That's going to be the first of several positions that Starliner, directions that Starliner points itself to track some of the stars from the Starliner and update the position inside of the position orientation of Starliner inside of its guidance, navigation, and control algorithms.
And of course, you're seeing lots of happy faces and cheers here there in Florida. Everybody glad to see Starliner safely in orbit with Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams in tow, sending it on its way to the International Space Station for docking tomorrow at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Once again, Starliner safely on orbit, has conducted a good orbital insertion burn, and is on its way.
Starliner, Houston.
Go ahead, Starliner, Houston.
Yeah, you do have good cooling. The Sublimator is working. We are watching it, though, because the water usage is just a little more than we thought we were going to see. You probably noticed that. It's a reason for the advisory there. From the ground, we'd like to swap you over to the other leg. So we're going to close Sublimator leg 1, wait for about 60 seconds, and then open up leg 2. You'll see us do that. No impact or action.
Okay, we copy. We'll be watching. Thank you.
Joshua Kutrick there again, giving the crew some words about information they're seeing on orbit. This one related to sublimators, which are used to cool the spacecraft down. But just letting them know that there's nothing that they need to be concerned about. The team will keep watching that. In the meantime, as Starliner begins making its way to the International Space Station, we're going to check in with Rob Navius in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Rob?
Yeah, thanks very much, Brandy. With Starliner en route to the station, the work now just beginning for Wilmore and Williams. First up, an important rendezvous burn called the NC burn, which will adjust Starliner's altitude relative to the station and begin to refine its path to the orbital laboratory. Flight Dynamics will be assessing the accuracy of Starliner's initial trajectory and will update any adjustments to that trajectory for subsequent maneuvers to be conducted over the next 24 hours. Now, we're expecting to hear the first of 3 audio reports from the crew during their free flight on how the ride uphill to orbit was before they move into what are called far-field demonstrations of the vehicle. That will include manual piloting tasks and a manual translation control test. That will prove Starliner's ability to execute a manual docking if required, as well as an abort capability prior to docking. Keep in mind, we're providing continuous coverage now of Starliner's flight to the International Space Station. On Thursday morning, rendezvous operations will begin in earnest shortly before 10 a.m. Eastern Time, leading to a targeted docking for Starliner to the station at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time. So please stay with us around the clock as we bring you every minute of Starliner's flight. For now, we're going to sign off from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston and go back to Megan, Dee, and Mike Fink at the Cape.
Hey, and welcome back to the Space Coast of Florida, where about 36 minutes ago, we witnessed the launch of a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket carrying the first 2 astronauts, NASA's Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams, inside Boeing's Starliner capsule to the International Space Station. The first time ever, Starliner now in the right orbit to rendezvous with the space station in just over 25 hours. How are you guys feeling? How was it to watch launch? Again, just right over the water behind us here.
I mean, this is extremely exciting. Obviously, a long time coming and a culmination of so much hard work by so many teams. But of course, we're going to be even happier when we see Starliner dock, and even happier when the hatch opens and we watch Sunny and Butch float into the International Space Station.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, well said, Dee. I mean, this is exciting. We've built up to this moment for years and years, and it finally happened. I got to see a Starliner launch with my friends on board. How cool is that? And I could feel like the whole planet was cheering for them.
Yeah, it was really nice to see it happen. There were a lot of emotions here at the host desk among the three of us, as well as the crew that's supporting us here on the host desk. And it's just a history-making launch. Sunny, again, the first woman to test an orbital spacecraft. That's amazing. And then again, the last time people flew to space in an Atlas-class rocket, 61 years ago. CFT, this final test to certify Starliner. And then once in orbit, the first time in NASA history that the agency will have 3 different crew spacecraft operating in space simultaneously. So that's the International Space Station, SpaceX's Crew Dragon, and again, once Boeing Starliner spacecraft gets there, Boeing Starliner spacecraft. So really just like a lot to celebrate. It's amazing. You know, Mike, I know you've been part of Starliner's journey from the very beginning, working alongside Butch and Sunny and all the teams across Boeing, NASA, ULA. So talk to us, how does it feel to see this rocket from your perspective?
I was so impressed all the way through the launch countdown and all the way through orbital insertion burn. Everything was just like the final simulation exercise they give us back at Johnson Space Center, where they just give us everything nominal. And there we are. Everything was fine. No hiccups, no drama, nothing to worry about. And so I was really happy with Butch and Sunny, and for Butch and Sunny, and happy with the whole team. As Butch said, thank you to the United Launch Alliance for a great ride up, and welcome them to the club of rocket companies that can send humans into space. Now we just got to get to space station in 24-ish hours.
That want to discuss, let me know if you're there.
And we've been asking for some questions on social media, so we still want to get to those because there have been a lot. So why don't we pull up one question here right now? This one's from Ramon. What is your favorite part of being an astronaut, Mike? Is it days like this?
Definitely days like this, Ramon. Very much glad to be an astronaut on this day. I think Butch and Sunny might be a little bit happier than me to be an astronaut today, but this is definitely a great day. And if you're not on the rocket yourself, helping your friends is a really great way to be an astronaut.
And so, Mike, talk to us about, this is, again, a crewed flight test. Certification is what's next for Starliner. So what's the process to get us to your flight next year?
Well, first we have to, Butch and Sunny, they've gotten to orbit. That's, kind of step one. Now they got to get to the space station and complete their flight test objectives. Once they land safely in a desert somewhere with the airbags, and we'll analyze. The Boeing team will analyze the flight test data, see if any improvements, any changes, any things that can be improved and made, and then we'll get ready for us at the post-certification mission number 1 that we call Starliner 1. I think Dragon had a similar one. They called themselves Crew 1. Well, we're Starliner 1, and we'll be ready to fly when the spacecraft is.
Right. And so obviously there's still a lot on this road for Starliner, but when you do fly next year on Starliner 1, Mike, I know that there's a bunch of people here who are very excited for you, so much so that they created this shirt.
Oh, no.
I love it.
Mike Fink Fan Club. That's right. Oh, he's hiding, guys. He's hiding behind his computer right now.
I am deeply humbled. Thank you.
No, yes. It just goes to show that so many people are invested in Boeing and NASA and ULA working together on the Starliner program. So we celebrated together with the crewed flight test today and launch. And again, we still have so much more of the mission to go, and we can't wait for your flight for Starliner 1. All righty.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again to everyone who submitted questions throughout the broadcast. You really helped to contribute to the broadcast. And Mike, really great to have you here marking this historic launch with us.
It's great to be on the team, and you guys are both are extreme professionals, as well as our production team and the PAO team that's right up the hill from us. Great job, everyone.
Absolutely. And today's liftoff could not have happened without the many teams across the country supporting this launch, which of course is many critical milestones for this flight test.
Yeah, that's right, Dee. So our coverage tonight or today won't end here. First up, we have a post-launch news conference starting at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time right here on NASA TV, followed by continuous coverage of Butch and Sunny's transit to the International Space Station. Starliner is on course to dock at the station in just over 25 hours from now, and then the ISS crew will welcome them on board. Again, we will take all of that live on NASA TV, NASA Plus, and our social media channels.
You know, and their journey will provide the data needed to bring Boeing closer to having the continuous privilege of carrying astronauts to and from the space station.
Hey, and that's the perfect opportunity, right, to pull up this QR code we have ready for you. If you scan it, it'll take you to go.nasa.gov/CFT, where you will find everything you'd want to know about this crew flight test and also NASA's commercial crew program, which is why we're flying today.
Mike, it's been great to have you with us. Your insight today was important and invaluable.
Thank you very much, and the Boeing company should get a big pat on the back today for a job well done so far.
Yes, again, congratulations to all the team. Thank you, Dee. Thank you, Mike. We really appreciate your time here on the official launch broadcast of NASA's Boeing crew flight tests. And that's going to do it for us here on the Space Coast of Florida. For Boeing, ULA, and NASA, thank you so much for watching our official broadcast of this historic crew flight test. We leave you now with a replay of launch. Have a spectacular day. Here are the astronauts, Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sunny Williams, as you can see, suiting up for their mission into the history books.
This is a tradition. The whole idea here is to lose to the chief.
Out of the suit-up room, Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sunny Williams walking to an elevator at the end of the hallway. Our CFT crew taking their first steps outside, now en route to Launch Pad 41.
Crew transport vehicle is into the pad.
Butch and Sunny arriving on level 12.
Last look at planet Earth for a while, saying hi to us. Hi, Sunny.
Butch getting in there.
Gotten strapped into their seats here.
Hatch closure complete. Roger.
3, 2, 1, ignition. And liftoff of Starliner and Atlas V, carrying 2 American heroes, drawing a line to the stars for all of us.
Commander Butch Wilmore, they're calling down to Mission Control here in Houston that the spacecraft has begun rolling into the right attitude for its ascent, and guidance navigation and control officer here in the room seeing good data on that.
For those just joining us, or for those who've been watching since launch, Starliner is doing the last bit of coast before it gets to the NC burn, or the phasing burn. We've got about a little over 9 minutes till we get to that burn. In the meantime, Starliner is currently in the process of turning back on its OMAC engines, or its orbital maneuvering and control jets. Those are the larger thrusters that will push Starliner for large burns, large trajectory changes on orbit.
And Houston, the hatch locking device is installed.
We copy. Hatch locking device installed. Thanks.
And Starliner is finishing its pointing maneuver to get into the NC thrust line orientation. That is getting Starliner pointed in the correct orientation to perform the NC burn.
Step 9, com check, air to ground.
Step 9, com check. Houston has you loud and clear.
Read you the same. We're set up via the table.
Roger. Starliner, good config for the NC burn.
Good config for NC. Houston Starliner, com check on the handheld mic.
Houston has you loud and clear, handheld mic.
Give me another 5 count there, Houston.
This is Houston 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we have you loud and clear, handheld.
Yeah, we're just checking the volume on the speaker. Thanks.
Copy.
And you just heard some back and forth there between Mission Control and Butch Wilmore. The crews switched off of using their headsets. That way they don't have to stay wired into the console the whole time and wear those headsets. They've switched over to the speaker and handheld mic inside Starliner for any communication they need to do down to the ground. We're now coming up on about 3 minutes till the NC phasing burn. We're coming up on 2 minutes till Starliner's NC burn. Starliner is currently pointed forwards in the direction that it's traveling. It's going to fire its thrusters, increasing the altitude of the other side of its orbit. So right now, Starliner did its orbital insertion burn to raise its altitude. Now it needs to raise the other side of its elliptical orbit. We're expecting that NC burn to be about 25 seconds long. And 30 seconds till the expected NC burn. And NC burn is starting for good OMAC burn, engine burns.
Good NC burn.
Good NC.
Affirm. You're on your way to tail sun, step 12.
We see it.
And that call up from Capcom Joshua Kutrick to the crew. And Butch responding, he sees the same data. Starliner had a successful NC burn. Starliner's orbit is now a slightly elliptical orbit, varying between 324.7 kilometers and 323.6 kilometers. In the meantime, while Starliner waits for its next burn, coming up, the NHPC-1 burn, which is 20 hours and 42 minutes away. Starliner is moving itself into a tail to sun mode, so it's going to point its solar rays back at the sun and just use it to kind of top up the batteries while Starliner continues its phasing catch-up maneuver with ISS. With this first section of downtime that the crew's going to have, they're going to be using this time to get out of their suits. Should take a few minutes per crew member, but in the meantime, Starliner is also starting to open up its NDS NASA docking system entry cover. That should stay open for a majority of the flight. That way, Starliner will be ready for docking. And flight control is here in Houston. Noting they see the entry cover open. We're getting that telemetry data and showing it on our virtual external display of Starliner.
Starliner, your entry cover is open and complete. You also have a good ADS count, and we're with you moving over to rendezvous monitor.
Yep, just about to do that ourselves. Here we go. Rendezvous monitor.
And crew acknowledging. They also see NDS cover open. Also noted getting called up is good ADS cal for attitude determination system. Now the Starliner has moved into a different orientation, just confirming that its internal calculation of its position and orientation agrees with what the crew is seeing on the ground.
Good morning. I'm NASA's Sandra Jones, and I am joined by Jim May from Boeing, and we are going to continue to bring you live coverage of the in-flight portion, the phasing portion of Starliner's mission to the International Space Station. If you're just joining us, Wilmore and Williams launched at 9:52 a.m. Central Time this morning today from Space Launch Complex 41 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. The duo did lift off on the Atlas V rocket and are slated to dock to the International Space Station's forward port of the Harmony module just a little less than 24 hours from now, targeting that docking at 11:15 a.m. Central Time tomorrow, June 6th. Following docking, the crew will complete hatch opening operations, targeting that hatch opening around 1 p.m. Central Time tomorrow afternoon, and welcome remarks to follow around 1:20 p.m. Central. At this time, Wilmore and Williams are awake and have a busy few hours ahead of them. First up was the NC burn, which took place just a short time ago and was successful. This burn helps get Starliner in the proper trajectory in preparation for tomorrow's docking. Next up, the crew will begin to prepare for their first PAO, or Public Affairs Office Mustang event. This is the first opportunity for the crew to provide remarks on the mission thus far and their flight into orbit. Following this, the CFT crew will also conduct some far-field piloting checkouts and provide feedback to the teams on the ground on those checkouts. We will discuss these piloting checkouts a bit more here shortly as we approach them. Following this, the crew will complete data collection on Vesta, or the Vision-Based Electro-Optical Sensor Tracking Assembly. This is essentially a vision-based system which helps with tracking and docking, of course, for Starliner. The crew will also complete other tasks and checkouts, do a little cleanup, all before completing a medical conference and getting some rest. So as you can see, quite a busy few hours ahead for the crew. Because this is a test flight, there are multiple checkouts and tests that occur as part of the eventual certification process of Starliner. And coming up here in just a few minutes at 11:30 a.m. Central Time, we will have the opportunity to hear from managers at both NASA and Boeing and United Launch Alliance about today's successful launch of Butch and Sunny. You can tune in and listen into that news conference on the NASA TV channel or the nasa.gov website. We will be splitting our channels, so we'll have a media-only loop that will be provided as audio-only coverage. We are continuing to cover every step of the way along this mission until we do dock, but we will be splitting those channels out in order to broadcast the post-launch news conference.
Good afternoon, and welcome to NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. I'm Antonia Jaramillo, and you are watching the post-launch news conference of NASA's and Boeing's crew flight test mission. At 10:52 a.m. Eastern Time today, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams launched aboard Boeing's Starliner spacecraft and United Launch Alliance's Atlas V rocket from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, Launch Complex 41. Butch and Sunny are now on their way to the International Space Station, and joining us in the room today to speak more about this mission and next steps are NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, Ken Bowersox, Associate Administrator for NASA Space Operations Mission Directorate, Steve Stitch, Manager for NASA's Commercial Crew Program, Joel Montalbano, Deputy Associate Administrator for NASA Space Operations Mission Directorate, Mark Nappy, Vice President and Program Manager for Commercial Crew Program at Boeing, and Tori Bruno, President and CEO of United Launch Alliance. This group of experts will be taking questions here in the room and also over the phone, but before we jump to the question and answer portion, each of our panelists will say a few opening remarks. We'll begin with Administrator Nelson.
Thanks so much. The first time that a human was launched into orbit on an American rocket was an Atlas V. And the Atlas continued throughout the Mercury program. And now, here, all these years later, we've got a crew going to the station on an Atlas V. It's also interesting that this is the 6th human-rated spacecraft, American. And you think back, there was first Mercury, then Gemini, then Apollo, then the Space Shuttle, then Dragon. Now we have the Boeing Starliner. And next year, we should have our 7th human-rated spacecraft when the crew of Artemis II will launch and circle the moon. So this is another milestone in this extraordinary history of NASA. And I want to give my personal congratulations to the whole team that went through a lot of trial and tribulation, but they had perseverance. And that's what we do at NASA. We don't launch until it's right. And so for Boeing and the ULA teams, the NASA teams, congratulations to all of you. Now, Butch and Sunny do what they do best. They're test pilots. And they're going to test this thing from izzard to gizzard. And they're going to certify it for a rotational basis to send crew to the International Space Station. So now with Dragon and Starliner, the U.S. is going to have 2 unique human space transportation systems. And that, of course, we always like to have a backup that makes it safer for our astronauts. And that's why we started the commercial crew program in the first place, partnering with U.S. companies to deliver safe and reliable spaceflight at the same time of cutting the cost. So it's different from the old days, but we go with our commercial partners now. And when we expand our fleet of spacecraft, what we're doing is expanding our reach to the stars. And that will be true of the Artemis program as well, where you will have 2 landers that will be available to the NASA crews to go down to the surface of the moon. So this is a special moment. It's another one of those great markers in history. And it is a program that what NASA does is hard. Space flight is hard, but it's worth doing. So my congratulations to the team, and do you want me to turn it back to you or turn it over to Sox?
We can go ahead and hand it
Ken
over.
Bauer, Sox, our Associate Administrator.
Thank you, sir. Great words. It's great to be here with you today. Thanks to all of you for being here with us. Thanks for hanging in there with us as we've worked a few issues over the past few weeks. I know it's really easy to lose patience as you're waiting for launches to happen. But as I said before, good things are worth waiting for, and I hope you agree with me that today's launch was definitely worth waiting for. It was beautiful. It was great to see the smiles on Butch and Sonny's face as they were getting close in the count and hearing their voices after they were safely on orbit. It was also really impressive to watch the NASA, Boeing, and ULA team as they work through the issues over the last few weeks. It's easy to get impatient. It's easy to get tired. I was so impressed with the professionalism of the whole team and the way they kept their priorities in the proper order and made sure that we were really ready to go today. There's a lot ahead of us. The crew has a lot of test flight objectives. We need to get them to station. We have some work there at station, and then we have the return. And there are a lot of different things that the program will be working through as they go through each of those phases, and they'll talk more about that. But I'm really looking forward to seeing 2 U.S. vehicles at the International Space Station. I know Butch and Sonny will probably get a kick out of that if they get a chance to look out the windows and see a Dragon there, see a Starliner there. It's something that I think all of us should be proud of and that I'm personally looking forward to. We've got a prescribed landing date that goes along with this launch date. I just want to emphasize that nobody should get too excited about that date. We have to have a lot of conditions that are just right before we bring the Starliner home, and we're going to wait till the conditions are right and we've accomplished the test objectives before we do that. So we may see, some additional time elapse before we actually bring them home. But the reason we'll be doing that is to make sure we gather all the data we need to gather and to make sure that it's the right day to bring Butch and Sonny back to Earth. And now I want to turn it over to Steve Stitch, the Commercial Crew Program Manager.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. Appreciate it. It's great to be here today. It's great to see so much interest, and boy, what a heck of a day it was today. So proud of our entire team. We've worked so long to get Starliner to this point. Congrats to the ULA team, United Launch Alliance, Tori and his team. You know, the Atlas did a great job today getting Starliner, Butch and Sonny on orbit. It's a very smooth ride. Congrats to Mark and his team for all the great work to get the vehicle ready, operating the vehicle, getting it ready, and thanks to Joel as well in the space station program, for supporting us. And we got some pretty good objectives to do when we get to the station in about 24 hours from launch. Today was just a great countdown. It was nice to get into a countdown again. The weather was very good, probably as good as you could ever ask for in Florida. We got through the countdown. We checked the manifold 2 port doghouse helium leak. That was right where we left it when we had the countdown on June 1st. No change in the leak rate at all. It was about half of what we had experienced back on the May 6th attempt. So that's going to be very manageable on orbit. All the other manifolds are doing really well. The ULA system, the ground system did a phenomenal job. Clicked through the countdown, very smooth countdown all the way through. And then, of course, we got the vehicle launched and a very smooth ascent. The rocket did a great job. We did a couple burns today already. The first burn, called the orbit insertion burn, about 31 minutes after launch for the orbital maneuvering and control thrusters. That burn went well, and we did a phasing burn about 12:07 Eastern time, and that went great as well. The only thing that we are watching a little bit is, we use a system called a Sublimator to provide cooling during the launch phase and during the landing phase. And what that does is it creates a block of ice, essentially, and then that ice, as heat is passed into that ice block, that ice, a little thin layer of it turns into a vapor. and that rejects heat away. We used a little bit more water than we expected during the ascent. We have a backup system where we can go ahead and refill the Sublimator tank. It was good to get this data and for this flight and understand it. The team let that Sublimator run a little longer to collect some data. Once we got on orbit, we handed over to the radiator system for cooling. That's in the service module. That system is doing well. And so for the rest of the day, really it's about checking the spacecraft out. We will check out the NASA docking system and extend that ring and check it out today. We'll check out the rendezvous sensor system that will be used tomorrow for the rendezvous. Really important system. We'll get that checked out. And then we'll check out there's a camera that Butch and Sunny will use to monitor the approach to station. Tomorrow we'll check that system out. And then there's a whole host of other checkouts that we'll do today, some what we call operational checkouts to manually fly Starliner. So Butch and Sunny will maneuver to an attitude for communications. They'll maneuver to an attitude for to charge the batteries and practice doing that. They'll check out some of the hand controllers and the rotational hand controller and the translational hand controllers that we have. So it's really a big checkout day, and really the purpose of this is to learn all we can about Starliner. As Ken said, the major objective really is to get into crew rotation flights with this flight. So we're all set up for docking tomorrow. 12:15 Eastern is the docking time. We're looking forward to that. We'll keep watching the vehicle. Today is a big step, but it's one step of many steps in this flight test. We'll take it one day at a time. Thanks for your interest, and I'll turn it over to my good colleague, Joel Montalbano.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you for joining us today. A historic day, an awesome launch. A huge congratulations to the Commercial Crew Program, the International Space Station Program, the Boeing team, United Launch Alliance, our international partners, and everybody who's been involved in this mission. Just a beautiful launch, and we look forward to an outstanding mission. As Steve said, we'll be docking tomorrow just after noon Eastern time, 12:15. We'll start integrated ops with the International Space Station around 9 a.m. Eastern time. This vehicle will dock to the forward port on the International Space Station. And as you heard from Steve and Ken, the real main purpose is to check out the vehicles. So the prime focus of Sunny and Butch when they're on board the International Space Station is to check out the vehicle. As they have time available, we have some space station tasks for them to do. But just an awesome way to start the summer. You know, we continue to be busy. We just had a progress docking this past Saturday. We got a number of spacewalks coming up in the month of June. We have 3 spacewalks, U.S. spacewalks scheduled for the team, and the teams are working forward and looking forward to that and working towards those activities. You know, right before I left here, I sent a note to the International Space Station team, and I said, hey, turn the porch light on, print out the Wi-Fi password, and set the table for 2 more for dinner. So we got a couple people coming to visit, and it's just an awesome mission. So thank you for your interest in human spaceflight. Our goal is to get 2 crewed vehicles delivering to the International Space Station, and this puts us one step closer. With that, I'll hand it over to Mark.
All right. Thanks, Joel. Well, thanks, everybody, for being here and really participating in such a great day. I have been getting just a barrage of texts and emails and congratulations, and I can't tell you how good that feels for our Starliner team to see so much support out there. So we really appreciate that. We talked earlier about the tens of thousands of parts that have to work on the spacecraft, on the launch vehicle, and on the ground, and even the weather has to work for us. And today it all lined up, and we had just a really a perfect countdown and launch. Really want to thank our team, our Boeing team, NASA, ULA, and all our suppliers. There's suppliers all across the country that didn't get to be here today, but I know they're watching, and I know that they're really proud of their hardware and what we accomplished. And of course, above all, Sunny and Butch, because they really put so much into this to get us to this point and then get to execute this mission. They really are part of our family. a lot of people say I need to smile more, and I'm smiling, believe me. But it's a little bit of controlled emotion because there's a lot of phases of this mission, and we just completed the first one. Pre-launch and launch is just the first part of this. We now have to get to ISS. We have to dock. We have to do docking ops. We have to undock. We have to do re-entry, and we have to land. So each one of those phases we're going to really pay very, very close attention to. And our team is really focused on that. So, that as we go through each piece of the mission, there's flight test objectives that we're going to go accomplish. And we've already started that. And Steve talked about a couple that we have in front of us to get to docking. And that's where our team is really going to be focused. This is a test flight. We've talked about this a number of times. And we're going to probably experience a few things that we got to go look into. And we'll do that, and we'll talk to you about them as time goes on. But we're going to learn from this, and we're going to have a great experience. We're on orbit with Butch and Sonny, and it's been a long time coming, and we're really, really proud of the team that got us here. Again, thanks to everyone for participating in this and getting us to this point. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to Tori.
Thank you. Well, as you all know, this is our first time, and the bird made us work for it a little bit. Today we had a very quiet count, a dead nominal flyout, and I'm not allowed to release our orbital insertion accuracy bullseye yet because it's preliminary, but that might be the best one we've ever done. After we separated, Administrator Nelson and Pam Milroy turned to me and said, does this feel any different, Tori? Yesterday, I knew that I have come, I'm coming up on 450 personal launches. Pretty sure I'd seen everything. But I have to tell you, there is absolutely nothing like this. And we are very, very proud to join this human spaceflight community. And I also have to acknowledge the very important contribution of Tony, because she showed me this morning that today, for the first time in this sequence, she had worn her lucky astronaut earrings, and then look at the result. So thank you very much. Proud to be with you all.
Thank you all for those opening remarks. We're now going to open up the floor to questions to media here in the room and over the phone. As a reminder for those joining over the phone, you may press *1 to ask a question. Let's start here in the room with Joey Roulette right there.
Thanks, Joey Roulette with Reuters. For Steve, you said you guys aren't tracking anything right now. Was the launch and deployment up until right now completely perfect? Did everything look fine besides the single thing you mentioned, or did anything happen that was off nominal? And for Mark Nappy, this obviously is a crucial moment for Boeing, and the mission's not over yet. But if you can speak a little bit to the broader kind of goals that the Starliner program plays for the company, if everything goes as planned, what does that mean for the company, and how do you guys move forward from that? Thanks.
Yeah, so far we're really not tracking hardly anything. There was one temperature sensor that was showing a little warmer than the other sensor in the cabin, so it's near a light. So the team basically disabled that sensor from providing feedback. That was about the only thing that the team worked. And then again, the sublimator usage, the water usage. Water in space, if anybody followed the space shuttle program years ago, we used something called a flash evaporator system, where we flashed water into space to take heat away from the coolant loops. And that was a problematic system that would freeze up and have funny. So anytime you use a system with water in space and you've got ice and liquid and then the vapor of steam, it's very tricky. So I think we're going to learn a little bit about that system. We have this refill capability we'll use to fill the system back up before we come home and land. But other than that, so far the vehicle's been doing well. And really the purpose of these checkouts is to understand the vehicle better. And then, we'll look at the data in real time. We'll have a review every day of the spacecraft. We'll have one tomorrow when we get back to Houston. But so far the vehicle's doing great.
Means a lot to us, and the program means a lot to Boeing. My boss was here today, my boss's boss was here today, and my boss's boss's boss was here today. So obviously it means a ton to us. This is the first step, of the mission. So we got to go through these phases, and then when we get back, it's about certification. It's finishing up the certification so that we can be certified for the Starliner 1 mission, and it's getting that hardware ready for the Starliner 1 mission, and then getting a spot in the manifest with Joel and Dana and Steve on ISS for that Starliner mission. So that's really our focus for the next year is to get those things behind us.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and take this lady right here in the second row, right up front.
Hi there. Kristen Fisher with CNN. Big congratulations to everyone on a successful launch. Mark, a question for you and one for Joel, I believe. Mark, so much has been made of the competition between SpaceX and Boeing over the last decade or so. I'm curious how you view that competition over the last 10 years. Elon Musk sending his congratulations to the entire team. How would you describe that competition? And then for Joel, if we could just get an update on when that faulty pump on board the ISS will actually be replaced, how long that would take. Thanks.
I think you guys think it's a competition. We don't see it as a competition. We've got two providers that are going up to the International Space Station, and SpaceX is up there, and we're up there now as well. So this is something that NASA has planned, and we've accomplished it. And of course, that next step is certification. I saw the tweet. That's awesome. And I sit on my front porch and I watch every SpaceX mission, and I root for them too. This is something that's great for the entire country.
And on the pump change out, we're going to get to that as soon as we can. My hope is we get to it this week. If not, it'll be early next week.
Thank you. We'll go right here up front.
Thanks, Tony. Congratulations, everyone. This is James from Channel 6. I'd like to start with Mark II, and maybe if Steve, Ken, and Mr. Administrator would like to chime in. As excited as you are, Mark, good to see you smile. I know that you might have a message in the back of your mind, perhaps, for the harshest critics of Starliner's program. Is there anything, I know you're focused on the mission at hand, but what would you like to say to those who may have even called for the cancellation of the program after all the delays? There are those who thought Butch and Sonny would never fly. Thank you.
Yeah, we talked to our team a lot about just ignoring a lot of the stuff that you read. We focus on the positive. We focus on the accomplishments, and we learn from the setbacks that we've had. It's been this way in human spaceflight my entire career. Steve talked in the last press conference where he's got 37 or 38 years, I think. I started thinking I've got 39. It's not a competition, but Steve, but I got 39 years.
I'll try to.
And I think about, over the years, how many bad headlines I've read about the shuttle program, International Space Station. And then I look back at those programs and look at how successful they were. We had an incredible run with the space shuttle, and arguably we put the most incredible, fantastic engineering feat ever with assembling the International Space Station in space. And someday we're going to be looking back at this program the same way.
And I'll add a little bit to that question. I got a lot of texts today, too, from a lot of people that I work with who were former shuttle employees. I got texts from the SpaceX community. I got texts from a broad range of people, all working in human spaceflight. I think the text to me meant a heck of a lot because they know how hard it is, right? I think we sometimes don't talk about the challenges of getting to flight. I look back 4 years ago at Demo 2 and the challenges of getting to that flight. We had to redesign the parachute system on Dragon before that flight in the year before. We redesigned the propulsion system before. Starliner has had, every development program has challenges on getting there. Space Shuttle had challenges. It was behind schedule on launching. Every single program, I think, it's just so hard to put all the pieces together. As Mark said, they all have to work as planned. You qualify them, you test them, and then you learn about them and you fly them in space. And so we've stood side by side with Boeing, working hard. We need two providers. We need two space transportation systems. It's hugely important to us. I think the whole community knows that. And it's just a tough endeavor to get to flight. And huge kudos to the entire team for getting there today. You know, the administrator talked about perseverance, hard work, dedication. That's what I see from our team every single day. I wish I could explain it here, but these people are working long hours and figuring out ways to solve problems, whether it's a Boeing employee, a NASA employee, United Launch Alliance employee. So it's just great to be part of the team. You're hot.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say that, if folks like to judge early, and I would exercise caution doing that. You really don't know how great a program is until after it's finished. That's what I've seen with airplane programs and other aerospace programs through the years. It's also important to remember that we want more than one provider. It's really important to us, not just for ISS to have redundancy there, but we're trying to develop a new economy in low Earth orbit. And to do that, we want to have a field with multiple competitors. We'd like to see 3, 4 someday, right? And it starts by developing 2. Sorry to cut you off, boss.
Not at all. Not at all. He's the real deal. Former space commander. The overall answer to your question is space is hard. And you better not mess it up by not going when you've tried out everything and you know that it is as safe as possible when you put a human on board. And sometimes that takes time. And the proof's in the pudding. Look what we've been through in all of the different space programs of NASA from the very get-go. And sometimes they were very painful. And when we didn't get it right, because mistakes were made, the entire country suffered. So my hat's off to the team here. They waited until they got it right. As Joel said, we've still got some to come. Steve said this too, because this is the first time that the spacecraft that doesn't have wheels, like the shuttle did, is going to land on land. And it's going to come down in the Utah desert as the primary site. And so this is a whole new adaptation. So they waited until it was right.
Thank you. Well, we'll take it right here up front.
Yusuke Tomiyama, the Yomiuri Shimbun, Japanese Daily. My question is for Senator Nelson. You mentioned further lunar exploration in your first remarks, so I'd like to ask you, apart from Starliner, China's lunar probe successfully collected samples from far-side moon surface for the first time. So what do you think on this achievement, and do you have any plan to collaborate with China for science research of these samples? Thank you.
Did you specifically ask at first about Chang'e 6 that landed on the far side of the moon? Okay. Well, my congratulations to the Chinese space program. I have said over and over that they have a very good program. They have made lots of progress in the last 10 years. I would like very much, and have said this publicly many times, for them to be more transparent, more open, less secretive. And yes, we need to cooperate on things. The one thing that we did cooperate on was deconfliction in Mars orbit. But there are plenty of other opportunities for deconfliction and cooperation. And I would welcome that. But of course, today, and I respect your question, today is about the Boeing Starliner.
All right, we're going to take some questions over the phone. First up, we have Michael Sheets with CNBC.
Hi, everybody. I believe my question is best answered by either Steve or Mark, but for the 25 hours after launch, we're not going to have onboard live views or even delayed views of the crew, like we've seen with Dragon, even going back to using Tidros before. So curious as to why that is. If there are onboard cameras, is this a matter of cost that we can't bring this feed back down until the International Space Station is reached by Starliner? Appreciate any clarification here.
Yeah, we do have a camera on board, a system called Mustang. It is not active for live feed during flight, but once we do get to station, we'll get feed, and of course, when we get back down, we'll be able to get all the video. We are looking at being able to provide live feed in flight, but that won't be for a couple of flights.
All right. Next up, we have Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hi, thank you so much. Mark and Steve, is it possible to say how many out of the, I believe it's 87 test flight objectives are already kind of crossed off, given where the mission is just right now? And could you describe just what are one or two of the more higher risk moments from here on out? Thanks so much.
So, yeah, it certainly is possible to cross off all the flight test objectives, but I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I can kind of give you a little bit of a summary of what they look like. There's a little bit of manual flying that would like Butch and Sonny to do with the hand controllers. That'll happen here in the next day. And then there's a lot of, I'll call them ergonomic types of flight test objectives. How do the seats fit? How do the suits work? How do the displays look? And, and there's numbers that are associated with all those things that I just rattled off that add up into the 87. And then, of course, when we get close to docking, we'll do some more. And when we get docked, there's additional ones as simple as how does the cargo come out and how does the cargo go back in? Those are the types of flight test objectives that will be satisfying. Steve?
Yeah, I think Mark said it well. We don't have the exact number today because they're happening as we speak here. Maybe we could talk a little bit about what we've accomplished after we dock. The big things coming up. Obviously, docking is a high interest event when you're bringing two vehicles close to each other, like Starliner as it approaches the forward port of station. That's a huge, big event for us. A very integrated event between the Starliner flight control team and the International Space Station flight control team. And then, once we get docked, we have a big objective to demonstrate what we call safe haven. So that's a demonstration where we have the crew go into Starliner and use only the Starliner assets. If something were to happen on station, we have this capability in both Dragon and very soon Starliner. We'll demonstrate that. And then at the end, obviously, the deorbit and landing are huge events that we'll continue to learn a lot about. I would say one thing, about the spacecraft is this is the first time with a crew on board. So first time that the life support system is operating today. We've tested it on the ground. It worked great, but we're learning a little bit about that as well. Huge, important objective for the flight as well.
Thanks. We're going to take one more question over the phone before we come back to the room. We have Andrea Leinfelder with the Houston Chronicle.
Hi, congrats on the launch today. I understand that these could change. Can you give me the dates you expect Starliner will undock from the station, and then the date and location you're targeting for landing? Thank you.
Yeah, we have a number of landing opportunities. The first one would be the earliest would be June 14th. We would undock around 3:17 in the morning. That would be Central Time. With a landing around 8:38 Central Time. That would be at White Sands Space Harbor. What we really want to do is kind of look at the overall mission as it's going, and then Joel has some activities on the space station, and so we may adjust that date a little bit to accomplish some International Space Station activities. There's nothing magic about that date. A few days later, we have another set of opportunities as well. So we'll take a little time once we get docked. Work with Joel and his team. He talks about some spacewalks that they would like to do as well, and so we'll work out the choreography of all those different events. But right now we're really focused on Starliner and docking tomorrow.
All right, we'll take some questions here in the room. We'll go to Ken Kramer.
Hi, thank you. Congratulations to everybody. It was spectacular to see that after so many years and hard work. So Ken Kramer Space up close, right? So Tori, I want to follow up on a question I asked you at the end of the last briefing. You mentioned that, you don't do the RAN steering, and it's a unique orbit, suborbital actually, that you deliver it to. So I guess, and for safety reasons. So I'm kind of curious, why don't you use a third SRB to get to orbital velocity?
Oh, sure. Great question. So for those of you who are not familiar with it, RAN steering, right ascension ascending node, is a guidance technique that allows one, if you have enough energy and the guidance algorithms to pull it off, to give you a larger launch window when you're going to a target like the International Space Station, which is an intercept target, because there is only one perfect instantaneous moment to go for the least energy. That technique allows you to go early or go late, and then without wasting very much energy, re-intersect onto that ideal path. We don't do that here because it would not benefit safety, and we don't energy for it. We certainly could put a third booster on third solid and go orbital, but the whole idea behind this trajectory is that there are no blackout periods all along its path where the G-forces would be too great in an emergency abort separation of the capsule for the astronauts to be uninjured, and at the end of that journey, we're just short of orbital velocity, so that if, God forbid, the propulsion system on the wonderful Starliner did not function properly, they would still get a free return safely to the Earth. So it's all about crew safety. It's really not about performance. And that gives us every possible chance to make sure the crew is safe throughout that trajectory. That causes us to fly low and flat for us, which is why we have an extra RL-10, because you need more thrust to do that. Does that make sense?
Well, I still don't understand why the third SRB doesn't change the situation.
We could put a third SRB and we could go orbital, but then at that point, if we didn't have propulsion on the capsule, they could not free return. They'd be stuck in orbit until they naturally decayed, which might take a while.
I think you'd have to look at what does that do to your acceleration profile in first stage. If you had a third solid rocket motor on the side, that's going to get you going a little faster in that first stage. And then we'd have to go look at, as Tori said, what we want to have is if anything happens to the rocket, essentially the starting point for the capsule trajectory is where the rocket is. And so you have to look at the Gs and the heating and the heat shield on the way on the other side. So it's all optimized for the two solid rocket motors, for crew safety for aborts, and then you essentially have almost a free return back to even Edwards Air Force Base should we not be able to do any of the burns. There's a small burn you could do to get to Edwards, and then on the second orbit also you could go to Edwards Air Force Base as a safe landing, as a contingency site. So.
Thank you. We'll bring it over here to this gentleman.
Hi, thank you. Sawyer Rosenstein, NSF. I guess for Joel or Mark, kind of continuing off the other question there, what would be some of the test objectives that might influence whether or not you go beyond the week docked to the ISS? Is there anything in particular that would benefit from that extended time, or that would require extended time that you could do if you stay docked?
To me, you got to check out the system and see what the system gives you, right? And so if we see something that wasn't as expected, and we're like, hey, another day would allow some extra time to go look at that system, then we'd stay. I mean, there's not a specific list of, hey, these 10 things are going to require more time. It's more watch the system, see how it operates, and if it requires more time, we have more time.
Thank you. We'll toss it to Lauren Grush.
Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. I think my question is for Steve or for Mark. You mentioned that you weren't really working any issues, but I am curious how this flight is comparing to the experience of the uncrewed test flight that you had and the issues that were experienced during that mission. Do you feel confident that those problems have been resolved based on what you're seeing with this flight?
I can start off. Obviously on Orbit Flight Test 2, the uncrewed flight. We saw some OMAC thrusters that failed off during the orbit insertion burn. Today, that first burn, I was really excited to watch it. I think it was like about 72 meters per second. I'm an old trajectory guy, so I kind of like burns, but all 4 OMACs fired in each doghouse. The control was just perfect. Those did really well. I didn't get to see the second maneuver, which was the phasing burn, but that went really well. So we had a couple things, happen early on that we've seemed to gotten past with. I know Mark's talked about, we think the leading cause of those failures was a little contamination in some of the propellant lines in those doghouses that they failed off. It was all in the same doghouse, actually. So far, the OMAC burns, these are pretty good-sized thrusters, 1,500 pounds of thrust. Those have gone really well, and I'll see if Mark has anything to add.
Yeah, we had our cooling system had a little bit of a freeze up on OFT2. We had worked on that by removing some filters so that it would operate a little bit more smoothly. Of course, we didn't have crew on OFT2, so that contributed to the problem. There wasn't as much heat in the crew module. And this time, it appears everything's working fine, so I think we have that problem licked.
Thank you. We're going to go back to the phone. We have Mike Wall with Space.com.
Thank you all for doing this. And yeah, I'd just like to say congratulations on a successful launch and a successful mission so far. Just a quick question, maybe for Mark or for Steve. Have you heard much from Sunny and Butch about Starliner and like how it's handling and what are their thoughts about the spacecraft so far?
Steve, I haven't heard anything at all. I've been busy preparing for this and a little bit of celebration.
Yeah, I have not either. I know they were going to call down, I talked about some of the things they were going to do, some of the manual maneuvers in the hand controller checkout, rotational hand controller, and the translation hand controller, and they were going to call down to the ground, I think probably about right now during this event, and so we haven't really heard too much from them. They've been really focused on clicking through a bunch of objectives, getting the spacecraft set up for orbit, doing the maneuvers we talked about, and doing the checkout. So I don't know, but we'll get some information from them later today.
Next up, we have Issam Ahmed with AFP.
Yeah, thank you so much for doing this. First of all, for Steve, I was wondering if you could reflect a little bit on the fact that you've been in this your job for so long now, and to see this day finally come. Could you reflect a little bit on what that means to you? And for Ken specifically, I think you mentioned earlier in the call that you might like to expand these commercial providers to 3 or 4. Could you sort of go into further details about what you meant by that? Because I hadn't heard about that before. Oh, and finally for Steve, if I could sneak in one more, regarding the Sublimator, you're pretty confident that you'll have enough water backup for the landing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll take the first question. I just felt really proud today of the team. Having been with the team for 8.5 years now as the deputy program manager, I see the hard work of the team and just felt, a sense of accomplishment from watching the team work so hard, of getting this first step done, of getting Butch and Sunny on orbit, getting a couple burns executed. It was a bit of an emotional time for me because you just see how hard people work, and they put their blood, sweat, and tears into it every day of their life. Sometimes their families, suffer as they work nights and weekends on analyses or resolving challenges, and just super proud of the entire team. When I say team, I talk about the NASA team, the Boeing team, United Launch Alliance team, the Space Station Program team, and as Mark mentioned, we get to work with a lot of suppliers as well on the NASA side. These people are committed to human spaceflight. They know how hard it is. They know what it takes, and I was just super proud of the team.
Yeah, when it comes to the additional providers, we work with other providers in addition to Boeing and SpaceX and the Dragon and Starliner teams to help them as they're thinking about someday building crew vehicles or converting their vehicles to crew. But we don't have any procurement in place to do that. Nothing where we're going out trying to buy additional services at this point. But I would love to see the low Earth orbit economy grow so much that we need all those vehicles, right? So that was behind my statement. Is I would like to see that growth in low Earth orbit so that we see this vibrant activity with lots of different launches with lots of different vehicles someday.
I think there was a second question I failed to answer on the Sublimator. There is a refill kit, and it's able to refill the tank. Essentially, you carry up some spare water, and there's a connector hose that hooks up to the system, and that should provide all the water we need for the landing. So.
Thank you both. We'll now head back to the room. We have Manuel Masanti over here.
Thank you, Tony. Manuel Masanti, Exploración Espacial. Question for Mark. I understand that Boeing has 2 operative capsules right now, Calypso in orbit and another one preparing for Starliner 1. Do you have the intention of having more of them? Like a third one is being in production, or with 2 is fine for the operational missions? Thank you.
For the flight rate that we have right now, flying once a year, 1 is plenty. But to fly twice a year, which is a request from NASA on our contract, we need 2 capsules, so to turn them every 6 months. So 2 is sufficient for what is in the plan. If, like Ken talked, if there becomes a low Earth orbit market where there's additional International Space Stations, additional flights, then that would drive additional vehicles.
Thank you. We'll now go to this gentleman up front here.
Yes, hi, Bert Dicht from the National Space Society. I'd like to ask a question to Tori. You mentioned this is your first crewed launch of a spacecraft, and obviously you'll be going through your processes and procedures as you prepare for the next one, but any initial impressions about everything in terms of this flight?
Yes. Well, I'll just say that, we had, as you know, 2 scrubs that preceded this, and they were routine issues that, we'll be able to take corrective actions for and be less exposed to that kind of issue going forward. So it gives us a little bit more focus on launching on time as well as mission success. I was proud of my team that they took no shortcuts, and throughout this process, we kept focused on Sonny and Butch because that is a more precious payload than we have ever flown before. So yes, like the Starliner team, like the NASA team, every mission is followed by, a hot wash and lessons learned and improvements going forward.
Thank you, Tori. Next up, we have this lady right here up front.
Gina Sinceri, ABC News. I'm not sure who would know the answer to this. Did Butch and Sonny say anything on the ride up to you or any response?
Sorry, who was the question for?
Did Butch and Sonny say anything? Is that what your question?
Right. Did you get any feedback from them on the experience going up?
I didn't copy anything on the comm loops. I mean, they were professional test pilots on the way up, looking at the various abort boundaries and looking at the systems. And, you could tell they were excited and ready to go. We heard their remarks before they lifted off. And so, no, I don't think they said much. I can imagine their faces when they got in orbit and, in zero G, and just imagine how excited they were congratulating each other to be in space. And after participation in this whole development of Starliner. So.
My guess is they never lost their smile.
Yeah.
They did congratulate Tori for becoming part of the Human Spaceflight Club, which I think we need to cut his tie or something.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll now go back to the phone. We have David Denault with About Space Today.
Good afternoon. And I guess it's not maybe a coincidence that both the administrator and the associate administrator are sitting next to each other. But gentlemen, each of you had a unique experience. STS-61C and STS-73, long delays. how do you put yourself in like Butch and Sonny and all of their delays? What was that like?
Okay, well, first I'll say that the administrator and he actually has the record because he did it first, but they scrubbed 6 times on his launch, and on one of my launches, we scrubbed 6 times. So Bush and Sonny, they didn't come anywhere close to that, right? They were in quarantine probably longer than I was because of the distance between their scrubs. But what I found with each one of my scrubs was we were a little more relaxed, a little more prepared, and we got a little more rested, and we were really good at strapping in by the time we got a few under our belt. I don't know. What about you, sir?
Same thing. At least the weather was not a concern for the 3 times on Starliner. The weather certainly played a big part with regard to some of our scrubs. So, yeah, it gets old hat when you strap in, and it's just another day at the ranch.
Thank you. We can now take one more in the room. We'll go to Will Robinson-Smith right there.
Thank you, Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now. Appreciate the time and congratulations again. Question for either Ken or Steve. Assuming that everything goes well with the rest of this mission, you get back, you get through the data, and you press on to Starliner 1 next spring, has a decision been made on the seat swap agreement with Roscosmos and their cosmonaut and how that flight situation will work in 2025? Thanks.
Well, on the seat swap agreement, I'll talk about that, and Steve can talk about the other part. Our Russian colleagues want to get more data and see how this mission goes, and then we'll talk with them. They've said previously that they want to see 3 crewed flights before they're ready to do a seat swap, so we need to work through that with them, and Joel might have something to add there. He's been working that when he was the ISS program manager.
Yep, we already have 1 seat on the Dragon mission, but the plan is to get to do the crew swap on both vehicles as quickly as we can. And so, as Ken said, we'll be watching this mission, taking lessons learned, and then as quickly as we can, we're going to be putting that in place.
Yeah, and our goal is to, once we get the flight back, get Butch and Sonny back landed safely, evaluate the data, complete the certification that Mark's talked about, and then, we'll get Starliner in the rotation as soon as we can.
Thank you. We have time for one more question here in the room. All right, we'll go to Jeff Faust right there.
Jeff Faust of Space News. Probably for Steve or Mark, just to follow up on an earlier question about video from inside the capsule. How long after Starliner gets to the station will you be able to bring back some of that video? I think there's a lot of interest, maybe even expectation to see what it's like inside Starliner.
I don't know the answer to that.
I'm not sure, Jeff. I know we'll have to downlink the data. It's all recorded on board Starliner, and then I assume we'll get it down within a day or so of docking. But I don't know the details of that, so I apologize.
We'll make sure to get that information for you, Jeff. Thank you all to our panelists, and thank you to all the media. That's all the time we have for today, but we want to thank everyone for taking the time to ask their questions and for our panelists for answering them. Starliner is scheduled to dock to the forward-facing port of the station's Harmony module tomorrow, June 6th at approximately 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time. You can follow along starting at 9:30 a.m. on NASA Plus, the NASA app, and YouTube. And here's a look at the highlights of this historic day. Thank you, and go NASA, go Boeing, and go CFT.
Here are the astronauts, Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sonny Williams, as you can see, suiting up for their mission into the history books.
This is a tradition. The whole idea here is to lose to the chief.
Out of the suit-up room, Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sonny Williams walking to an elevator at the end of the hallway. Our CFT crew taking their first steps outside, now en route to Launch Pad 41.
Crew transport vehicle is entered the pad.
Butch and Sonny arriving on level 12.
Last look at planet Earth for a while, saying hi to us. Hi, Sonny.
Butch getting in there.
Gotten strapped into their seats here.
Hatch closure complete. Roger.
3, 2, 1, ignition.
liftoff of Starliner and Atlas V, carrying two American heroes, drawing a line to the stars for all of us.
Commander Butch Wilmore, they're calling down to Mission Control here in Houston that the spacecraft has begun rolling into right attitude for its ascent and guidance navigation and control officer here in the room. Seeing good data on that.
Are the far field piloting checkouts that we've been discussing.
And Sunny, for that tablet that you have plugged into the charger, we'd like you to unplug it and plug it back in and tell us if the tablet's telling you it's receiving a charge.
All right, she unplugged it and she's plugged it back in. And we've got the little plug symbol that says it's receiving charge.
All right, good news. We'll watch that one for a little bit, then we'll check back on it.
Outstanding.
And Butch and Sonny doing some IT troubleshooting the same way we do on Earth with unplugging it and plugging it back in. But they've confirmed that they've got good charge on the tablet they've got plugged in. Looking forward a little bit, talking about the far-field demos that are going to be manually flown by the crew. We've got a handful, some RHC and THC checkout, comm maneuvers coming up, low power mode recovery, and some manual thrust align and tail to sun maneuver back and forth.
Last thing on the timeline, Starliner, we are ready to accept the bold demo, ready for the first block of PAO words, and then the PMCs, we talked about at the handover, those are optional. You guys just let us know if you want them.
All right, Houston, we copy. We've got numbers for the bold. What are you looking for specifically? And yeah, we'll take a PMC. Why not?
All right, Roger. We'll plan on keeping it. And stand by for bold. All right, Butch, we'll take the deorbit TIGs and the landing sites that you see.
Okay, copy. Stand by.
All right, Neil, ready to copy?
We're ready.
Okay, orbit 160606 158 161200 Wilcox ascending left.
Checking. And Sonny, just verifying it was 161158.
Well, we have 161200. Pretty close.
All right. Yeah, copy. That's good. Thanks for the test.
Okay, I've got 3 other sites, but is that all you want?
Yeah, just that one for the OCC there.
Okay, sounds good.
And those calls from NASA astronaut Sunny Williams to the ground, discussing a variety of coordinates should a landing need to take place. We are not tracking anything like that, but this is all part of that certification process. Here on the ground, our FIDOs, our Flight Dynamic Officer, will take those numbers, ensure that everything is tracking well and properly for the trajectory of Starliner. Everything continuing to go smoothly now, 2 hours and 43 minutes into today's flight.
Starliner Houston, we're going to be go for you to start the far field piloting checkouts now, and we'll pick up the PAO later. We need the lighting for the checkout.
Okay, we like it.
And the team on the ground verifying lighting conditions look good ahead of those far field piloting checkouts, which will begin here momentarily.
And Houston, we assume you've got Mustang activated.
Yep.
And we are awaiting the beginning of the manual piloting far field demo. This demo ensures that the crew could provide attitude maneuvering and translational control capability manually. While we do not expect this, it is part of the certification process for Starliner. One of the requirements for this checkout is that it occurs in daylight, which the crew currently is in a daylight orbit at the moment. We expect this checkout to take about 2 hours. And there's a variety of different manual piloting techniques that they will utilize as part of that certification. Part of it will also include using a stopwatch to take measure of where Starliner is at and ensure it is tracking as expected. As we await the start of these far-field piloting checkouts, one of the first steps that the crew will do is start up the center line camera. If you've been following along, you may be aware that both NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams are test pilots. So this is a great opportunity for them to utilize those skills as they really put Starliner through its paces as part of these far-field piloting checkouts. Another aspect of these manual piloting checkouts that will take place, you might hear the call of something along the lines of bad SIGI recovery demo. Again, as part of these checkouts, you might hear the call bad SIGI or SIGI in recovery mode. That SIGI is the Space Integrated GPS Inertial Navigation System, essentially the GPS that Starliner utilizes to track its location. So as part of these manual piloting checkouts, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams will put Starliner through its paces to ensure that they could recover should something have gone wrong with that SIGI system. Again, this is all part of the certification process of the Boeing Starliner spacecraft. Other checkouts that they'll do as part of the manual piloting checkouts include pointing the spacecraft tail to sun in an orientation to ensure that Starliner can get power from its solar arrays.
And Starliner Houston, just touching base with you on the far field checkout for making sure that the cameras are set up and we're ready to go.
As you would expect, Houston, the difficulty is getting tied into the Wi-Fi, just like on every other system you've ever tried to tie into. But we have finally got it. So that part is a success. And we're ready to, for 1.2, is moding to sequence 31.
Okay, yeah, and just for my own sake, Wi-Fi to the camera, I'm assuming?
Yeah, it's camera, and also you've got to have the right Wi-Fi so you can zoom via the tablet, all of that.
Yeah, okay, copy that. We'll talk that a little bit later. Yeah, we're ready for 1.2.
And NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore confirming that the camera is set up and in the right configuration ahead of those crew manual piloting checkouts that should be underway here momentarily.
All right, here comes sequence 21, or 31.
Roger.
Commander Butch Wilmore, switching Starliner to flight plan sequence 31. This flight sequence is a contingency coast tail to sun. It's going to be the start of their manual flying parameters, proving their ability to manually pilot the vehicle from a contingency state. A contingency maneuver, contingency plan is if the vehicle is in an off-nominal state. For example, after an emergency or during a time where they need to identify a problem on the vehicle, they'd go to that sequence, and the crew is going to work their way flying from that sequence to a handful of other attitudes and positions per the flight test specifications.
All right, Houston, ready for pulse hold?
Ready.
And Commander Butch Wilmore does now have control of the spacecraft and is conducting those manual piloting checkouts.
The first maneuver that Butch Wilmore will be making is flying nose to Earth to get a good communication with the satellites should they be moving from an out of nominal orientation to one that they can use to help diagnose the problem with the ground.
And if you are just joining us today, we are continuing to provide live coverage following the liftoff of NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams from Florida at 9:52 a.m. Central Time this morning. At this time, the crew, namely the commander, Butch Wilmore, has command of this spacecraft as he works through far-field piloting checkouts. These checkouts are in anticipation of Starliner certification, and he is working to point the spacecraft nadir and select the aft antenna, essentially just pointing the spacecraft in the proper configuration so that they would have the best possible communications if required for manual piloting. Again, this is not something that we expect. However, it is part of the certification process as Starliner is a fully autonomous vehicle.
The Starliner saw the RHC caution go into and out of alarm. Look transient, looks like you're still flying. No action, obviously. Just continue to fly. We're taking a look at it.
Okay, yeah, we're in our first attitude now.
Roger.
All right, we're going manual antennas.
Roger.
Butch Wilmore is switching Starliner's antenna selection, which is normally done automatically based off the scheduled use of, or schedule for the teeter satellites that Starliner and ISS share. But since they are making a off-plan maneuver as part of this flight test objective, they're going to manually select which antenna they're using to get communication with mission control.
All right, Houston, we are in the attitude. It looks like we want to hold for 15 minutes. You concur?
Yeah, concur.
All right, we started time.
Starliner, just be advised, we're right on the edge of the bore side of that antenna, and so we'll just expect Tom to get a little ready.
Appreciate the heads up.
As part of this flight test objective, with an off-nominal pointing of Starliner and trying to get communication with the teeter satellites, Capcom calling up to Butch, letting him know that the direction the antenna is pointed is a high bore site, which means the satellite it is pointing at is just at the edge of the cone that the antenna uses to connect to the satellite. During this about 15-minute section of the manual piloting demo, Butch and Sunny will be maneuvering Starliner to point it incrementally in different directions to help improve power generation, which means the crew is going to be trying to tilt the solar array as close to the sun as it can get while still maintaining connection with that antenna to the satellite. This will help charge the batteries while they're in this off-nominal orientation. One of the main reasons that the crew is holding this attitude for about 15 minutes is that it mimics what the crew would need to do in this situation to help point Starliner's solar rays at the sun for about 15 minutes, which equals the amount of time that they will be within a nominal solar day, which is when the sun is visible to the crew from when they started the maneuver.
And the crew is in a day pass at this time as they perform that hold for 15 minutes. This is just to have the ideal configuration to assess that power generation in this process.
Houston, we're back with you. We switched over to lower left antenna.
Roger.
Hey, did you hear my other question? Do we really need to keep the centerline camera powered up? We might want to save the battery, we're thinking. Your thoughts?
Yes, semi. Hey, Butch. Yeah, we talked about it a little bit down here. We're going to want the data from the manual Earth pointing demo.
Okay. All right, well, remind me to, I don't think it's got a chip in it for recording.
Okay, yeah, copy that. And just be advised, that's going to be step 2 when you're doing the attitude recovery demo.
Okay.
And big picture here, Butch, we don't need the video recorded, but we think that y'all are going to want it for the centerline camera view of that activity.
Yeah, I got you, thanks.
And hey, be advised, we deactivated the LWIRs here from the ground as a conservative step to make sure that we don't get any stray light into those sensors.
Copy, thank you.
And as part of the far-field piloting checkouts, the crew continues to hold their attitude as part of that 15-minute timer. This is taking place during a day pass to assess power generation for Starliner. As the Starliner crew continues that 15-minute hold, the crew aboard the International Space Station, that crew of 7, is beginning to wrap up their workday here shortly and looking forward to Butch and Sunny's arrival tomorrow. We are targeting docking of Starliner to the forward port of Harmony at 11:15 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning, with a hatch opening to follow around 1 p.m. On board the International Space Station, again, there are currently 7 astronauts and cosmonauts living aboard. Those include Oleg Kononenko.
Houston, back with you on the aft antenna. We show about 1 more minute.
Roger. And concur.
Again, the crew on board Space Station includes Oleg Kononenko, who is the current Space Station commander, who just yesterday surpassed 1,000 days of cumulative time in space. Nikolai Chub from Roscosmos, Tracy Dyson of NASA, Mike Barrett of NASA, Matt Dominic of NASA, Jeanette Epps of NASA, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gurbankin. Again, we are targeting that docking tomorrow morning at 11:15 a.m. Central Time.
All right, Houston, we are ready for point mode auto on the antenna.
We'll take it.
Okay, and we're ready for step 2 if you are.
And we're ready too, Butch. And then also for the centerline camera correction, it was step 3 where that would really come in handy.
Yeah, we figured that out. No problem. Okay, inhibiting SIGI 1.
Roger.
All right, we got no white dot on SIGI 1, and over to you, Houston. Stand by.
All right, stand by. Okay, Butch, we've got the attitude bias in on SIGI 1, so we're ready for you to check on step 2.2.2.
2.2.2, here we go. Okay, we're up to 2.3.
Roger.
During this phase of the manual flight test demonstration, Mission Control uploaded a update to the internal estimate on one of the SIGIs, specifically the.
All right, here we go. Inhibiting SIGI 2 and SIGI 3.
We're ready.
The inertial navigation system. The Mission Control sent an update to the inertial navigation system 1 on SIGI 1 to change its estimate to be something worse than normal. What Butch is going to do is only use that single SIGI.
It's expected.
Affirmative. Okay, we got 2 up.
Roger.
So, Butch Wilmore's flying Starliner, they purposely gave the inertial navigation system of Starliner.
Be the same, and we'll just expect Readycom while you're maneuvering.
Sounds good.
With Mission Control sending a bad estimate of Starliner's attitude on purpose to the inertial navigation system, Butch is going to take over manual control and orient Starliner to point at the stars to then update that value to go back into normal range.
And on this graphic on your screen, you can see the Starliner spacecraft as it continues to make its way towards the International Space Station and play a little bit of catch up here. Again, we are targeting that docking at 11:15 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning. The crew is continuing a series of far-field piloting checkouts to certify Starliner. And this view from inside the white flight control room, which is the Starliner flight control room of the flight director on console during this Orbit 3 shift, Ed Van Cise, as well as the Capcom or capsule communicator, which is the voice you hear communicating to NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams. That is Neil Nagata.
All right, Houston, we think we got a pretty decent attitude away from the sun, away from the Earth.
Roger.
Here comes tab 23, line course line.
Roger.
Okay, here comes tab 24.
Ready.
And to just break down a little bit more of what is taking place at this time, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams are completing those far-field piloting checkouts, particularly when it comes to the bad SIGI recovery mode. The SIGI is the Space Integrated GPS Inertial Navigation System, essentially the GPS system on Starliner. So Mission Control Houston did intentionally send a bad command or bad GPS signal to the Starliner spacecraft, and now the crew in that manual piloting mode is working to utilize...
Looks like everything's confirmed up to 2.4.5, and we're going 0.3.
We concur.
They'll utilize the stars around them in order to maintain that proper navigation.
All right, forcing the attitude update in the SIGI 1.
Roger. And that looked good.
We agree, going to point hold.
Roger.
And we'll go tab 23 back to final line.
Roger.
And if you're ready, we'll do the load cal from SMC 2.4.7.
We're ready.
So far during this part of the flight demonstration, Butch Wilmore has reoriented Starliner to point at the stars, and this was after MCC sent a purposefully...
All right, we think we like what we see. If you do, we'll do the tab 26 and force SIGI 1 attitude update.
Looks great down here. We're ready.
Butch Wilmore following up after MCC sent a purposefully bad attitude estimation update to the inertial navigation system, pointing at the stars to get a new estimate, clearing the previous estimate, and now they're having Starliner calculate its new estimated attitude.
All right, we like what we see. We'll go tab 4 and 5 and bring back SIGI 2 and SIGI 3 into enable to your curve.
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, Houston. Looks like we're up to step 3, and you've got some steps.
All right, Moose, putting those in work now. I'll let you know when she's done.
Outstanding.
And we're still working on the 3.1 steps, but just be advised, sunset's going to be in about 3 minutes.
Copy.
And Starliner, we're going to go ahead and wait for sunset down here, and then once we're there, we're going to fire up the IRs so you can use them for the plus X align maneuver.
Okay, standing by.
Starliner ready for you to pick up in step 3.2.
Okay, 3.2, here we go.
And NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams continuing to step through procedures as part of those far-field piloting checkouts. At this time, the commander, Butch Wilmore, is working to fly the Starliner spacecraft to the proper attitude. He's utilizing out-of-the-window cues to fly Starliner, given the prior checkouts that took place with the SIGI system. And you do see this graphic on your screen there of some of those simulated thruster firings. We do not have video of the Starliner spacecraft live right now, but this is a pretty good simulation that shows you what is happening with the spacecraft. Those are the RCS thrusters, or the reaction and control thrusters. There are 28 of those on Starliner in all. Each creates about 100 pounds of thrust and really do fine adjustments of the spacecraft as part of this manual far-field piloting checkout. There are also OMAC, or Orbital Maneuvering and Control engines on Starliner. There's 20 of those in all, and each of those produces about 1,500 pounds of thrust and are used for those bigger burns when more large adjustments are needed in the trajectory.
Looks like timing, Houston, has got us over the ocean and just some lightning to check with, and that's really difficult to show my attitude or determine my attitude from that.
Yeah, I was just looking at that on the world map. Got almost the hull of Indian Ocean to get to. Looks like we'll get you Tasmania and New Zealand here in about, I don't know, what is that, about 15 minutes? And just to reiterate that, it's okay. We can take our time with this one until you get some good visuals.
Yeah, we got you. I think I'm close, but like I said, the wide field cameras, Vestas are not really helping us out much.
Yeah, copy. Hey, Butch, have you tried the IRs? And Butch, sorry about that. If you got some of that, walked right into a little handover there. Have you used the IRs?
Stand by. Yeah, it looks like IR1's not helping us either.
Okay. Ray also mentioned that maybe you can adjust the settings on the centerline camera for gain or exposure and gain on the centerline camera. I mean, we get it. There's not a lot of features over there in the ocean.
Yeah, we. Okay, we're giving it a shot.
Roger.
And so you did hear those words from the Capcom or capsule communicator Neil Nagata up to the commander Butch Wilmore as he utilizes manual flying as part of this checkout. They are flying by looking out the window of the Starliner spacecraft, and you heard them talk about the fact that they're flying over the ocean at the moment, as you can see. So it can be a bit challenging given that there's no major distinguishing landmarks or features, and it is nighttime too, but it's important to do these checkouts.
Right now, I can barely make out the horizon. On the only one I can see really is wide field 2, and we're over black over the Earth, so I see nothing on the out the window either.
Okay. Yeah, copy. That's sort of what we're expecting, but we've also got the gain control on the wide field 2 camera. Did you try that?
Yeah, we'll try it again.
And understanding there's no features to track, we'll just sit tight until you get some features to get a fine correction on the attitude, and you can call it good. Just for your situational awareness, I'm showing you guys almost directly due south from the tip of India. So we'll get Tasmania and New Zealand, and the sun will be coming up just after you pass over Tasmania.
Okay, now we've got a little bit of light coming in on wide field 2, and it actually looks pretty decent as far as our attitude goes.
Okay. And Butch, you know, for this test and this data gathering, we're just looking for your assessment as to whether or not you think it's good enough. So if you're comfortable with it there, we can take that and make our comparisons with the truth.
Yeah, right now, based on what I can see on the wide field 2, it looks pretty decent. I'd probably go with that.
Okay, stand by handing over. All right, but yeah, with that call, we're done with step 3. Machines here on the ground right now are telling me your LVLH pitch yaw roll is 358, 180, and you were you were pretty solid there when you started calling down about the lack of features. I had 355, 180 before we started adjusting the camera settings. So stand by. We need to talk about step 4 here on the ground, and I'll get right back with you.
Okay, yeah, we'll take that. We're standing by.
Butch Wilmore and Mission Control have been working their way through the end of Section 3. At the end of that part of the flight test objective, they were looking for Butch Wilmore to point Starliner at the horizon and determine if he could make out the horizon feature to help use it for navigation for a backup maneuver. It did take a little bit longer than they'd like, but that is because they're currently over about the middle of a darkness period as they're transiting through the southern hemisphere, just a little north of Antarctica, directly south of India. So as they're coming and getting a little bit of light over the horizon, Butch was able to make out the features, and they're going to move on to the next set of test objectives.
Okay, Butch and Sonny, we talked about it here on the ground. We're ready to get into step 4, demo for OCC 4.3. The thing is here, we're going to need some good comm throughout the demo. So before, anytime you do a burn, make sure that you either got the comm space to ground display or you're looking at the AOS, LOS indication on the waistband, and that'll tell us if we have good comm. Second thing is to remind you here that the timing is really sensitive, so we'll take full-length Tennessee's or Massachusetts as required.
That sounds good. And are you ready for 211 and then override on the guidance ID?
Yeah, we're ready for that. We see 4.2 complete. We're ready for 4.3.
Copy, here we go. And Starliner, just be advised, we are overriding the IR shutters to close. We copy. Houston, we're ready for sequence 34.
We'll take it.
And the next portion of the manual piloting far field demo includes a attitude maneuvering, a manual translational control capability in particular to ensure that the crew could take control of the spacecraft and perform that maneuver if required.
Eight seconds, Houston.
Roger.
All right, Houston, we're in transpulse 0.1 and pulse.
Looks good.
And if you are just joining us, those far-field piloting checkouts continue as NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams check through a series of milestones. They launched earlier this morning at 9:52 a.m. Central Time from Florida and are looking towards a docking tomorrow morning at 11:15 a.m. Central Time. The team here in Mission Control in the White Flight Control Room is currently being led by the Orbit 3 Flight Director, Ed Van Cise.
All right, crew, we can just pause right here for a little bit. We're going to take a look at the data. And while you're paused, humidity is getting a little low. I'd like you to go ahead and on the cabin temp dial, just go a little bit cooler, see if we can get the humidity back up or stabilized.
Okay, a little lower. We're at, I guess you can see it. We're right at minus 0.05 in X and 1 in Y and Z.
Yeah, concur.
And as we have discussed previously, because this is the first crewed flight test of the Boeing Starliner spacecraft, there's a series of checkouts of the spacecraft that need to take place before the vehicle is certified for rotational missions to the International Space Station. So these far-field piloting checkouts are a part of that.
Okay, we're ready for you to pick up in the part of the procedure which has you take man transpulse size to 0.01 and do that step. But when you get to the next part where it says wait 30 seconds, we're just going to take another pause to look at the data, and we'll call you when we're ready to pick back up.
Okay, transpulse size is 0.01.
We see it.
And you are hearing the voice of the Capcom or capsule communicator, Neil Nagata, up to the crew talking about those pulses. Those are just small burns using the reaction control system thrusters. There are 28 RCS thrusters in all. Each can produce about 100 pounds of thrust. They really do some of those fine adjustments of Starliner.
All right, Houston, we're standing by for trans auto on your call.
And we're checking. And be advised, we're suppressing a CM manifold 2 low pressure caution. Might pop up here depending on the thermal trends. There's no leak or anything. We're just going to suppress that caution to keep it, to lower the nuisance from it. We may have to do some cleanup if it rings, though.
We appreciate that heads up. Thanks.
And that suppressed caution that just hit the board is one we were expecting.
Copy.
And on this graphic here on your screen, you are seeing the Starliner spacecraft. Again, we do not have live views of the spacecraft at this time, but we will hopefully get some great views tomorrow ahead of docking. Again, that docking at 11:15 a.m. Central Time. You can see that Starliner's nose cone is open. It will remain open all the way through the docking portion, as there is some important navigation and guidance equipment underneath of that nose cone. NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams continue to perform the manual targeted translation burn maneuvers. And next up, they'll work to evaluate charging the batteries of the Starliner spacecraft by flying in a tail-to-sun attitude. Again, these are all just a part of the checkouts ahead of certification. If needed for any reason, while the spacecraft is a mainly autonomous vehicle, it's important to have the certification of these capabilities if required. Meanwhile, on the International Space Station, there are 7 human beings living and working aboard. That includes a series of astronauts as well as Roscosmos cosmonauts. Oleg Kononenko, who is the commander of the International Space Station, who just yesterday surpassed his 1,000th day in space. There's also Nikolai Chub and Alexander Grobenkin of Roscosmos, as well as NASA astronauts Tracy Dyson, Mike Barrett, Matt Dominic, and Jeanette Epps. When Butch and Sunny arrive to the International Space Station, the number of crew aboard will go up to 9 for about a week or so while they complete their flight aboard the space station. Now, once these far-field piloting checkouts do wrap up, we will look ahead towards some words from the crew utilizing the Mustang system. We were targeting a similar event from the crew earlier today. However, that did not take place due to some of these far-field piloting checkouts occurring. But we will look towards hearing from them here in a little while once they do wrap up all of these checkouts.
We're still looking at the data here on the ground. Curious, though, about the tablet that you plugged in, what its charge is, and if you can take a quick peek at the centerline camera, see what we got to work with.
Stand by. The one that we just put on the charger, Sunny was using one, so we took mine and put it on the charger. It was at 46, and now it's 52, and we surmise it's been probably half an hour.
And Butch, was that the number 12 tablet? And we're assuming that you have a tablet connected to the centerline camera.
That's firm. That's number 12. Yeah, the centerline camera, we couldn't see anything, so we powered it down for now.
Okay, copy that.
That was when we were on the dark side.
Yeah, roger that. So we've got 52% charging on number 12.
Affirmative. And we're standing by.
And how's the other tablet doing?
Currently at 69. It's running bold.
Okay, copy that. That's SN9, right?
Affirmative.
Great. Thanks, Butch. And yeah, we're still looking at the data from the demo.
Okay.
Teams here on the ground continuing to monitor the data that came down from the far-field piloting and operation capability checkouts that have been ongoing for some time now. You did hear the voice of the Capcom or capsule communicator, Neil Nagata, as he talked to the crew a little bit about some charge levels on the tablets on board Starliner.
and Starliner just status. Still crunching the numbers down here. Gonna be just a few more minutes, maybe 5 minutes tops, then I'll get back to you.
Copy, standing by.
And before I take two down here on the ground during the Vesta data collection, we're going to need to have one of y'all peel off and we're going to do a sublimator refill. I just wanted to give you that as a big picture call. We've got that on the plan down here. You guys don't have it, but we'll be ready to talk you through that when we get there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And you did hear a little bit of forward plan from the Capcom Neil Nagata to the crew on board Starliner, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams, in regards to the sublimator and the radiator. They are going to plan to provide a fill of that. The sublimator is installed on the lower dome section of the cabin and consists of a heat exchanger and a water tank. So again, they are going to work to refill that a little bit later today.
And Starliner, in other news, we are about to enunciate the low humidity caution. Now, when that message comes into alarm, just for data, we'd like to know where the cabin temp dial is, and then if you're comfortable, adjust it down further. Now, if you get outside of that, the tape range, it's going to require very small steps.
Right now, I'm about halfway between the red, it looks like red tape, and the white tape. So it's about, 10:30.
Okay, copy that. And if you take it down to the white tape, if you guys are comfortable, that might help us stay away from this low humidity mist.
All right, I'm as low as that little marker shows. That's the red tape side, so I'm on the red tape. Can you remind us, Houston, the location of the Sublimator refill kit? We'll start digging it out.
All right, yeah, we'll take a look at that. There's the caution. So Kitty is advising around 10 o'clock, and that should be in a white tape area.
Yeah, the white tape looks like it's at 11 o'clock, and the red tape looks like it's maybe 9:30. When we started out, it was on the white tape, and I went, when you told me to cool it down a little bit, I went below it.
Okay, yeah, copy that. Thanks for that description. We'll take it to about 9:30 or 10 o'clock and see how it does.
Okay, great, that's where it's at.
Starliner, ready for you to pick up in the Farfield piloting checkout where it says clean up remaining Delta V trans auto.
Okay, here comes trans auto.
Roger.
And Houston T-Guide, trans, there it goes, it just go out, 3402. All right, going back to transpulse.
All right, yeah, we're ready for that, and we're ready for you to do step 4.4.
And on your screen, you're continuing to see this animation of the Starliner spacecraft as those far-field piloting checkouts continue. NASA astronaut and commander of Starliner, Butch Wilmore, is manually flying Starliner right now using the RCS, or Reaction Control System thrusters, in order to have short bursts of firings as part of that targeted translation burn checkout. In all, there are 28 RCS thrusters, each with about 100 pounds of thrust, and these...
marker pin is, location is belaying us. Might you have a quick call for where it would be?
Stand by. We'll get it.
And the next checkout that we'll look ahead towards is the evaluation of charging the batteries by flying tail to sun. This ensures that Starliner can have its batteries charged with the solar arrays.
Two options for you, toolkit or contingency bag. Both of them have the marker.
Yeah, we found markers that got Sharpies. I don't think we want that one. And then we got a grease pencil. Is that it?
Yeah, grease pencil.
All right, Houston, we're ready for the last half of 4.5 and pitch down to 20 and mark again.
Ready.
All right, Houston, we're ready to go to 213. Tab 2.
Ready.
And the crew is continuing to work through those far-field piloting checkouts. The last checkout that they will do in this area is to evaluate how the battery is charged by flying tail to sun and utilizing Starliner solar arrays.
Starliner, be advised, timeline-wise, since we have to start the Vesta data collect on time, we're looking at moving the PAO event for Mustang and the flight test feedback blocks into your pre-sleep block.
Okay, that's fine with us.
And those words from the Capcom Anil Nagata up to the crew, just letting them know that there's going to be a slight adjustment in their timeline and schedule due to some of the upcoming Vesta checkouts or the vision-based navigation system. So it looks like the PAO Mustang event as well as their daily planning conference will move into their pre-sleep period, but they do have some wiggle room when it comes to that sleep period, so should be no issue to accomplish both of those tasks in that time frame.
Starliner, you're going to pick up in step 5 in far-field piloting. Related to that, for the Nordo plan, we've got confirmation of successful far-field manual piloting demos. And that'll be the recommendation to the IMMP tonight, or the MMP tonight.
Awesome. Great news. We're ready to pick up in step 5, and just FYI, I am in the left seat.
Yeah, roger that. Have fun.
And you did hear that call up to the crew just now, letting them know that the manual piloting demo that they have been working on for quite some time was successful overall. Again, this is all part of that certification process of Starliner ahead of regular rotational missions to the International Space Station. So far this afternoon, the crew has completed a variety of tests and checkouts of the Starliner spacecraft system, including manual piloting utilizing the star tracker data as we discussed earlier, as well as performing manual maneuvers and did a targeted translation burn. Next up, they'll work to evaluate how the battery is charged by flying in a tail-to-sun attitude. This will make sure that those solar arrays on Starliner are able to receive power from the sun. And at this time, Starliner is now in that tail-to-sun orientation.
All right, Houston, we had the sun in the overhead window. Now we're pitching 160 degrees, putting on our tail.
Roger.
And continuing to step through those far field piloting checkouts, the crew is in the very last one for now. The vehicle, the spacecraft, is in tail to sun mode, and they are going to be evaluating how well the solar rays are able to gather power from the sun. And these checkouts are running a little bit long. The crew did hear that the targeted PAO Mustang event, as well as one of their flight test evaluation feedback meetings, were going to move into their pre-sleep period. But again, there is some wiggle room in the schedule, so should be able to knock both of those out before the crew does get some rest.
All right, Houston, we've got some good watts. Looks like we're getting a good charge going here.
Yeah, we concur.
Hey, just a couple degrees off. Outstanding. I tell you that wattage, watching the watch, when it started, it actually peaked and it started going the other way, and I told her to stop, and obviously we went past it. So that's actually a really good marker.
Yeah, I think it looks great down here too.
Okay, we're ready for step 6 when y'all are.
Okay, stand by. Yeah, it's taking me a little longer to get back to you there. We're talking about removing the inhibits on the IR shutters to get some more. Stand by. And no action cabin humidity. We're just sitting right there at the caution limit. Going back to what I was saying.
Okay, we've got your question.
We're going to remove the inhibits from the IRs to get some more imagery data, but just putting that plan together now. Give me a couple more minutes.
Okay, we're standing by on 6.1.
And we did hear communications up to the crew regarding the solar array performance. Looks like that went smoothly. Good news there. Next up, the crew is going to work to get the vehicle configured for the Vesta checkouts and data collection activity. The Vesta is the vision-based electro-optical sensor tracking assembly, and it's really a vision-based system used for tracking that helps with the docking and tracking of Starliner in its free flight and undocking portions. The crew is going to work to collect data on this system and provide that to the ground for analysis as part of the checkouts of this test flight. Early in the mission, Vesta is a long-range tracking mode due to its far distance away from the International Space Station, and it monitors the space station from afar. But as Starliner does get closer to space station, it becomes more visible to the system, and then it is able to track based.
No action again, humidity low. We're talking about options to manage that humidity so we get off the caution limit.
Again, it will utilize the space station features, including handrails or stickers, to ensure that it is in the docking access and has that proper alignment of the spacecraft before it docks to the Harmony module of the International Space Station. We are targeting that docking tomorrow morning at 11:15 a.m. Central Time.
Brendan Burrows reporting in as the Boeing commentator at this point. Just like what was mentioned, we are moving into a different section of the flight test objectives right now, where we'll be doing some Vesta data collection. We just completed a lot of our steps needed to do some of the manual controls that were allowed, the astronauts were able to do with the spacecraft at this point. And some people may have a question of, we hear you guys talk about a manual mode, and also hear you guys sometimes bring up the backup mode, and that's a really good question. So what I want to do is clarify kind of some of the differences there. Manual mode is basically...
All right, for the humidity story, what we're going to do is close the HCS valve, see how that helps us manage the humidity. What I'm going to need from you is your assessment of if the noise of the valve actuating is going to disturb your sleep. And then for the far field demo, we're ready for you to pick up in step 6.
Okay, we copy that. We'll give you an assessment of how the valve sounds, and we are ready to pick up in step 6.
Yeah, we're with you in step 6.
So in a nominal situations, basically what you're expecting for the crew capsule, what it does is it docks with the International Space Station in an autonomous fashion, where there is no crew needed to dock. So that's what we expect to do, and that's actually what we've done in the past. That's what we did during OFT2, where there was no crew. We docked with the International Space Station autonomously. Now in manual mode, the difference is the crew will use the hand controller to directly provide inputs into the flight computer, whereas before it was autonomous by way of your computer system. So instead of it being your computer giving you inputs into your flight computers, it'll be the hand controller of your crew providing that in manual mode. Now, the difference in backup mode is basically the situation will be you have no flight computers at all, or for whatever reason they're all turned off at the same time, and you're able to use the hand controller to provide direct inputs into the propulsion controllers and control your thrusters that way. So it bypasses the flight computer all the way, and you're able to provide direct input directly into your prop controllers. So that's the difference between manual and backup mode.
And we're fitting to close the HCS1 ISO valve. It'll be coming close in the next few seconds.
Roger.
And HS ISO valve 1 is now closed, and same with the humidity message. Now that the valve's closed, we're hoping the humidity will pick back up and get us off that caution rail.
Okay, neither one of us reported hearing anything associated with that valve.
Okay, great. We're going to probably reopen it here when the humidity comes back up and see if that's the way to manage it. So we should do that before you go to bed, and I'll see if the opening makes noises too.
Okay, sounds good. And we are ready for a tap stop 45, CMIPC 3 on.
Yeah, we're ready for that.
And you did hear those words up to the crew from the Capcom, Neil Nagata, letting them know about the humidity valve and just ensuring that that stays within limits by managing the valve there. So looking like that.
CMIPC 3 is on, ready for you guys to pick up at 6.2.
Okay, we see it on. We're doing steps 6 decimal T. Stand by.
Also, in regards to some of the discussion about the humidity, the system was actually created for 4 people, meant to be for 4 people. So the humidity system is actually overachieving with just 2. So just want to provide some clarification there.
IPC 3 looks great to us. We're ready for you to take your steps in 6 decimal 3.
It works.
Houston, are you ready for sequence 31?
Yeah, we're ready. And same thing with the cabin humidity caution. I'm expecting it to cycle a little bit more.
Copy. Here we go. Sequence 31. Houston, we're ready for point, then trans auto, if you're ready.
Yeah, we're ready for that too.
And the crew now working just to wrap up all those far field piloting checkouts after completing them. They're going to get the spacecraft into the proper configuration ahead of those Vesta checks.
All right, Houston, are you ready for 10.807?
Not quite. I'm fitting to give you the fill-ins at the top, and then there'll be a small break. Let me get those numbers from Moose. And when you guys are ready for the fill-ins in step 1.1, let me know.
Why don't you give them to me? I'll tell you when we're ready for the next. Ready for the first one.
Okay, why don't I just give you the first three there. It's going to be hours, minutes, seconds. 20, 20, correction. 20:3241. 20:4041. LVLH.
Stand by. Stand by.
Roger.
Okay, we got 203241 and 204041. And the next one, LVLH.
Yeah, LVLH. Good readback. Are you ready for the next four?
Just give us the first one.
Okay, yeah, copy. It's going to be 20:58:41.
20:58:41.
Good readback. Next one's 21:06:41.
21:06:41.
Good readback. The next one's 21:34:00.
21:34:00.
All right, and LVLH.
LVLH.
Okay, so you can tell that we've got about, 25 minutes or so before we need to get into this. We'll take the PAO Mustang events, and then I'll get you prepped for the Sublimator refill if we've got time between then and now.
Okay, so for the Mustang event, it's already rolling. All we got to do is just kind of get in front of one of the cameras and start chatting, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And for the comm, we use the handset, is that right? Or the hand right here, the handheld mic?
Yeah, that's right. Handheld mic.
At this time, the crew is going to get set up and ready for a PAO Mustang event, essentially providing remarks on camera for deferred downlink. We won't see them on camera in real time. However, we will see that after the fact, but we will be able to hear them as they provide remarks about the flight thus far. And again, if you are just joining us, we are now over 5 hours into the crewed flight test of the Boeing Starliner spacecraft, which launched NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams from Florida earlier this morning at 9:52 a.m. Central Time. So far, the crew has completed a series of far-field and manual piloting checkouts in anticipation of Starliner certification for rotational missions to the International Space Station. At this time, we are standing by ahead of a Public Affairs Office Mustang event where the crew will provide their thoughts and remarks on their space flight thus far and the checkouts that just occurred. The crew is just working to get everything set up ahead of that event.
Houston, we are ready for the Mustang. How about y'all?
Yeah, we'll take your audio.
Okay, well, we're going to start here in just a second, and you'll just get to hear us chit-chat for a little bit.
Sounds great to me.
All right, Mustang world. At least is the camera we're looking at. So where are we? Somebody's going to show you that we are currently passing somewhere, based on our bold, somewhere south, close to the southern tip of Africa. And we are post-ascent, post-orbit insertion burn, which gets us to a safe orbit, post-NC burn, which gets us on track towards the International Space Station. And then we're on our way, and we have completed the majority of our operational crew capabilities checkouts, so OCC. And so we have donned our pretty sweaters, and we are off and running on the mission. And I can tell you, I wish we could have taken you all on that ascent. It was pretty thrilling. I was looking out the overhead window, just took a glance as the lightning little wire goes by, and because that's the only thing really, other than we just saw blue sky, the only thing kind of give us that we could see that we were moving, we could certainly feel it, and then off we went. So, Sunny, over to you.
It was really amazing, a little bit shocking actually that we actually left. It was pretty cool to actually jump off the planet and then feel the Atlas V do its thing, a little bumps here and there, a couple G's that we were both experienced, push back in our seat, and then, when things stopped, we could push forward in our seat. And, we were pretty excited, a little hooting and hollering as we were going through the asset profile, which we practiced so much in the sim, but this time we actually felt it all as well as heard it all, as experienced it. So that was pretty awesome. And, of course, when we got to orbit, it's really nice to see things start to float, like our little gravity indicator over here at Calypso. And it was just fun to be in space again. I got to unstrap first because I'm on the right seat, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm floating. That's pretty awesome. A little weird, but now both of us have been into it now an hour. Both got out of our seat, and it's like old home week. We've done it before, and it's like Butch said, it's really nice being able to operate in any direction. His head was down, my head was up, and we were just talking like it was a normal day, and that's what life is like up here in space. So it's pretty cool. I think we're both looking at because the camera's upside right, I suppose, but it doesn't really matter. And you'll see it when we get to the space station when we have a lot more room to fly around it. But it doesn't matter if we're on the ceiling sleeping or if we're on the floor sleeping. So any orientation, it's great to be here.
So another comment from the ascent. So the engines actually throttle back as you're going through the region of maximum aerodynamic pressure, max Q. And I can tell you, the spacecraft, if I had my eyes shut, I could have told you we were there. Yeah. because the dynamics were noticeable. I mean, we were getting probably plus or minus a degree in rate as we were coming through that area, and it was pretty dang neat. We've made a couple of comments on it, and initially it was really smooth, clearing through that wire I just mentioned, and then going through maximum aerodynamic pressure. Like I said, it was definitely working its way through there, and then past that, it smoothed it out pretty much so again, and then we were off and running. As we were continuing in ascent, we did our roll, and eventually the nose came down, and what we actually do is we climb relative to my body. We climb, we go tangential to the Earth. We actually descend. There's a period where we actually come down and gain a little bit of speed to get the speed that we need to finally maintain orbit, or actually at least stay in orbit for a period. We're not always in a good orbit at that point. But anyway, as we were doing that and we were getting kind of tangential to the Earth, I noticed out the side window, pointed to Sunny, that you could actually see the ground for the first time. And so we're looking down at the clouds. It's been a long time since Sunny and I looked down at the clouds, and that was pretty fascinating as well. Let's see here. Going through our procedures in the spacecraft. Let's see here. Let's talk about the spacecraft. First, let's talk about the Atlas. Wow, we love the Atlas. Then let's talk about the Centaur. Wow, we love the Centaur. Fantastic. We got up to 3.5G limiting, and I could actually feel it like my Adam's apple, because the push was pretty cool. And then the Centaur lit off, and then we were off and running with that. Just kind of like the Sim, but it's much better to have the sounds and also the G forces associated with the launch. So it's pretty stinking fascinating. So kudos to ULA. And then we came up on LV-SEP. We separated from the launch vehicle, the rocket, and then we were in orbit, and of course the reaction control system jets start firing, and then it's just Starliner. And I can tell you what, kudos to Starliner. And all the folks that have been working just for, put it like this, put all their passion and their efforts into this. We know that some businesses, some people have jobs, but it's more of a lifestyle in some occupations, and this is one of them. This is a lifestyle. And you've got to be passionate about what you do, and I know all you folks have been, and thus far it has been fabulous. This spacecraft, I mean, you can hear the sound of the RCS jet. Obviously, it's not traveling in air because it's a vacuum outside, but the sound is traveling through the structure, and it gives us a very, very unique sound, like a sound I've never really noticed before. And so that's pretty neat every time we fire jet. So we went to from one mode where our guided sub mode had us in a really large deadband where you have a lot of room that you can maneuver to maintain your attitude. And then we went to a smaller deadband where it's really tight. And as it transitioned, it was like, it was constant firing of jets for like 10 seconds. And I'm like, uh-oh, is this right? Is this wrong? And then, of course, it settled out and it maintained right in that really small center position in that tighter deadband, and it stayed right in there. I can tell you also, Sonny and I both have done some manual maneuvering, and it is precise. Much more so even than the simulator. I mean, stopping exactly on a number you want to stop on, it is just, the precision is pretty amazing. So again, this spacecraft, we've talked about it before, and now we are experiencing it firsthand, and it is just an amazing spacecraft put together. Boeing's done a magnificent job, and thus far, like I said, things have just gone, I don't know, I'll use it swimmingly. It's gone fabulously, put it like that. And so kudos to everybody. ULA, love you. Boeing, love you. NASA, everybody's involvement, it's been wonderful. And that's enough of my thoughts. Sonny, I'll get back to you.
Just add one or two things, like our spacesuits are sitting right behind us, as a matter of fact. They were super comfortable. They're really great suits, easy to operate in, easy to move around in, easy to see all the displays. David Clark, thank you very much for giving us a great spacesuit. We'll take care of them, we promise. So they're just, like I said, they're like our two other crew members here hanging out with us right behind us. One other thing I just want to talk about the spacecraft. It is so with a bunch of stuff. Thank you to Dee and Min and all that team who got this spacecraft all packed up. We've been finding stuff, of course, a little disoriented when things are on 1G and then in space. So we had a couple questions about where a couple things are, but we know our team has all the answers down there. So we thank Crew Systems and everybody who's helping us out when we have a question here or there. But I think for the most part, we got everything done. And, at night, right before we go to bed, we'll clean up just like as usual, which is very neat. And I'm trying to follow in his footsteps, keep our spacecraft nice and clean and neat, and we'll put everything away and make sure that we get a good night's sleep. So we're well on our way with our operational crew capabilities that we both got to fly, and stowage here, moving things around and finding all our stuff. It's another great day in space.
This is usually where we see if there are any questions. So, but I guess that's kind of hard here. There'll be more to come. More as we trek through the next days, next week. Again, it's been the first 6 hours have been absolutely fascinating, and well beyond our expectations. I tell you what. So again, kudos to ULA and to Boeing and to David Clark for the suits, and also the NASA team and all the folks down at MO. All you guys sitting on console, even now, it's great to be a part of this process with all of you. Certainly a pleasure. All right, Houston, we'll call that a Phoenix.
That was pretty cool, Butch. Thank you. And Sonny. And just to help us out, get some test data down here. How are you positioning the HHM with respect to your mouth?
I'm putting it right up to my lips. Is that working for you?
Yeah, no, that it sounds good. Just in the background, there's a little bit of background noise, like fan noise or little high frequency noise. We're just looking to see if there's anything there from a.
Yeah, we definitely have the fan that's running, so maybe you're hearing that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Is it only when we key the mic, I'm assuming?
Oh yeah, we know you're fitting to talk when we hear that fan come on.
Now, hang on a second. The airflow nozzle right in front of the commander's seat, it is open and it's probably blowing right on my face. Let me move it here in a second and see if that helps out when I'm in the seat.
Okay.
Also, you had said earlier that you might want to do the Vesta task and the Sublimator refill simultaneously. We need the location for that refill kit, and we'll be ready to do those when you're ready.
Okay. Yeah, I'm ready to talk Sublimator kit stuff when you're ready.
Okay, we'll start out with location. Where do we find it?
All right. So you're going to get the Sublimator refill kit out of the port LIO bag, and then the water, it's going to come from the port and starboard LIO bag. We have 3 liters of water in those in the refill kit bags. They're going to be 2 500 milliliter bags and 2 1 liter bags, and they're split evenly between the 2 port and starboard LIO bags.
And we did just have some great words from Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sonny Williams aboard Starliner, sharing remarks on their flight thus far following their liftoff at 9:52 a.m. Central Time this morning atop the Atlas V rocket. Clearly very impressed by their ride uphill and the performance of the spacecraft, noting particularly the precision of piloting capabilities. Lots of thanks all around for the many individuals helping the crew get to space safely as well. We will be sure to share the video that was also captured during the event at a later time once Starliner is docked to the International Space Station and we are able to downlink it to the ground.
And to piggyback off that, again, it's just great to hear from the crew and great to hear that they're very happy with the way that all the vehicles today performed, from the Atlas V rocket to Centaur to Starliner. I believe Butch even mentioned, just kudos to everybody, right? So, again, they're very, very happy with the way that the vehicles performed and very happy with the way that Starliner is performing for them right now. So, again, this is a very, very exciting day.
And so looking ahead, the crew will perform that Vesta data collection.
You want to start out with the 1,000 milliliter or the 500 milliliter bag? Water bag.
We don't have a preference on which one we start with down here.
Well, do you think we'll use more than 500 milliliters?
Oh yeah, we're going to use all 3 liters.
And those words up to the crew, Butch Wilmore discussing some of that Sublimator refill, a couple questions that he had regarding the water. That was a watch item that we had earlier this morning. The Sublimator was running out of water a little more quickly than expected, but they are working to get it refilled now.
Starliner, we'd like to revector you guys back over to the Vesta data collection procedure 10.807, ready for you to pick up in step 5, and we'll be ready for you on time in step 6. And actually, you can take care of step 6 as well. Starliner on air to ground. I went right through a hand over there. I'll just repeat my whole last message. We're ready for you to get back into 10.807, steps 5 and 6.
And so next up, the crew.
Starliner Houston, how copy?
We reach a stand by.
Roger.
So next up, we will see the crew start to step through those Vesta data collection procedures as part of that activity and checkout of that system. Vesta is the vision-based electro-optical sensor tracking assembly. It's a long-range tracking mode. Right now, that's the mode it's in, rather, due to its far distance away from the International Space Station. But as Starliner gets closer to Space Station and the Space Station becomes more visible, it will be able to use Space Station features like handrails and stickers to make its place to the docking axis to ensure proper alignment of the spacecraft to the forward port of the Harmony module. And again, we are targeting that docking at 11:15 a.m. Central Time tomorrow.
Houston, Sunny is ready for the Sublimator step, and I'm up ready to pick up in step 5.1.
Yeah, we'll take step 5 and 6, and I'll call Sunny back just in a little bit.
Okay, 5 and 6, here we go.
And Butch, step 5.1, no upcoming maintenance burns.
Copy. Here comes sequence 34.
We're ready.
And we're in step 7. Standing by at step 7 till you say.
Okay, copy.
And as we await the Vesta data collection to continue, let's take a quick look at this video to explain a bit more about the Vesta system.
Okay, Houston 7.2, point hold on your call.
Vesta is a brand new and highly complex navigation system designed by Boeing. It's what Starliner will use to autonomously dock with the International Space Station. Vesta stands for Vision-Based Electro-Optical Sensor Tracking Assembly, and here's how it works. The system consists of 2 laser ranging sensors, 2 wide-field sensors, and 2 narrow-field sensors, all of which work together to guide Starliner slowly and safely to the station. Early in the rendezvous process, the sensors operate in a long-range tracking mode, monitoring the International Space Station from afar when it still resembles a bright, star-like spot in the distance. As Starliner gets closer, the sensors pick up more details and are able to see the ISS clearly enough to determine its outline. This phase is known as silhouette mode. Then, in the final phases of docking, the space station is close enough for the Vesta sensors to switch to feature track, where they use exterior features on the docking port of the Harmony module, such as handrails, stickers, and reflectors, to assess the capsule's position and attitude. Starliner's Vesta systems are programmed to recognize these features as relative points of navigation, enabling the spacecraft to determine exactly where it is and execute its docking procedures with great precision. Vesta also gives the ground teams a highly accurate understanding of Starliner's location relative to the space station, as Starliner autonomously makes its way to the orbital laboratory.
Chip, it could be stowed next to a fan or a pump or something.
And so that
the background noise, because remember when you key that HHM, it keys that mic too. So maybe just move it up out of the way, free float it, see if we still get that background noise.
Give us a check right now. Can you hear it? 1, 2, 3. We just turned the Vox down on his HIU. So how's that?
It's still the same. I think it's because when you key the HHM, it's the same as the PTT on the HIU.
Okay, stay by. How's it sound now?
About the same.
And Neil, just so you know what we've done insofar as the Sublimator, we just got the kit out and the water in the port lyo bag. I've also moved the port wedge bag so I can get to the closeout where the Sublimator refill is.
Okay, yeah, copy that. So for this activity, we're going to be in 10.5.401, which I called up a little earlier, and then it's important for us to watch the amount of water leaving the bag and compare it as an increase to the Sublimator quantity on the computers. So the idea here is that if the Sublimator quantity is increasing but water isn't leaving the bag, then you're getting air into the system. And another tip here is that when you're twisting the IV spike into the refill bag, try to avoid bending or kinking in the tubing as you twist. And as you said it, the last recommendation I have here from ECOM is for access, recommend removing and temp stowing the forward wedge bag. And then the bags from cargo adapter 4 can also be removed for better access to the QD if you need it.
Okay, copy that. I think I can get it with just the port wedge bag, and I can see it, obviously. I just opened the zippers. That's all I did is take a look to make sure that's where was the right place, and I think I can get to it no problem from there.
Okay, manual controlled hold was actuated at 2040-41.
See the same thing, Switch.
All right, standing by in step 9 for your step 8.
Roger.
Now, almost 6 hours into today's flight, 5 hours and 50 minutes since Butch and Sunny launched from Florida, they are now stepping through procedures to check out the Vesta system and perform some data collection on that. The Vesta is the vision-based electro-optical sensor tracking assembly, and it's really a vision-based system critical for docking to the International Space Station. There are 2 Vestas on Starliner.
Okay, Sunny, we are ready for you to get into the Sublimator tank refill procedure. Procedure indicates that we have more bags, like based on the current Sublimator quantity in step 1.2. However, we only have the 3 liters on board. That's 2 500 milliliters and 2 1 liter bags, and those, I think you said you got the ones out of the port Lyo bag. For monitoring the telemetry, we'll ask you guys we'll follow along too from the ground, but we don't know when you're squeezing the bag. So just go ahead and bring up the Eclipse ATCS page, and maybe have Butch follow along while you're down there and let him know when you're squeezing the bag. Make sure we don't get the quantity going up without water transferring.
Okay, we copy that. We've got the page up.
And Butch, we'll take step 9.
Step 9 works.
And also be...
Clarify. Sorry, I just want to clarify. When I'm squeezing the bag, we should see the quantity, water quantity on the ECS ATS page go up, right?
You're right. The Sublimator H2O box should be going up.
Yep.
And
yep, we see it at 9 right now.
okay, yeah, and the background sound got a little bit worse. You were probably a 2 on readability.
Okay, how's this? Is this better?
Yes.
And so at this time, there's two activities that are ongoing at the same time. Sunny Williams is working towards refilling the radiator. There was a sublimator issue that the team here was tracking earlier this morning. Not mission critical, however, they are working to get some more water added to that system. At the same time, Butch Wilmore is working on the Vesta data collection. Again, there are two Vestas on Starliner, and those are vision-based cameras. One has a narrow field and one has a wide field. And these are really critical to docking operations.
20, 58, 41, we'll go point auto.
Yeah, we concur.
So the crew is going to continue to collect data on that system and provide that to the ground for analysis as part of the checkouts for this test flight ahead of certification.
Yeah, the Vesta system essentially serves as the eyes for the vehicle, and that's really important. Anytime you're in space, it can act as a star tracker, so it can figure out where the vehicle is in space in general.
You guys are ready for me to step into the sublimator tank refill, correct?
Yep, we're watching.
Okay, and just a quick question. When I go from one bag to the next, are there some words on that based on trying not to get any air in the system?
Yeah, Sunny, so once you get done with one bag, you'll be disconnecting the sublimator refill hose to quick disconnect, and that should, stop the flow in the quick disconnect on the sublimator tank. And that's down in step 6 and 7 as you're going through the bags.
Okay, copy that.
So yeah, along with being able to recognize stars and things like that, be used as a star tracker. The Vesta system also can recognize features on the ISS, which is very important when it comes to docking and rendezvousing with the ISS. So again, the Vesta system is super cool. It's a series of sensors and cameras, and we're really glad to be able to have that capability on a mission like this.
And if you're just joining us, we're continuing to provide live coverage of the crewed flight test of the Boeing Starliner spacecraft following its liftoff from Florida at 9:52 a.m. Central Time. At this time, the crew is working through a series of milestones on the Vesta data collection, as well as working to refill water in the Sublimator radiator that was losing water a little bit faster than expected earlier in the flight. The crew also completed a series of checkouts of the far field piloting capabilities, as well as flying the spacecraft manually. All of this is ahead of certification of the Starliner spacecraft, as this is a test flight. Looking ahead a little bit, the crew will continue to work through the Vesta data collection procedures and Sublimator refill, and then they'll begin to wind down their evening. It's been a busy day for them. They'll have a conference where they discuss some of the lessons learned so far from the flight test, as well as have a medical conference just to ensure that they're feeling well and all is going smoothly in their flight thus far. They'll then get ready for bed and head to sleep. All of this is in anticipation of their docking tomorrow to the forward port of the Harmony module at 11:15 a.m. Central Time. We are targeting a hatch opening to follow around 1 p.m. Central, with welcome remarks at 1:20 p.m. Central. We'll continue to be live on air, providing coverage every step of the way, all the way through docking, hatch opening, and those welcome remarks.
Yeah, I don't think we could ask for a better day so far. The mission is going great. We don't have any major anomalies to report on. We even had the opportunity to hear from the crew, which is great. They seem to be very satisfied with the way that the different vehicles are performing. And Mark Nappy, our Boeing Starliner program manager, said that this is primarily a crew interface flight test. And you were able to hear firsthand from the crew that the ride was great, that they had a great time manually piloting the vehicle, that it was very precise.
2-minute warning for step 10 for Butch.
Hey, keep it coming. I was watching, but keep it coming just in case.
I knew you were.
Yeah, and they even mentioned how comfortable the suits were.
Sunny is almost to the point of connecting the Sublimator back to the Sublimator, the water back.
Okay, copy.
And a very important aspect to highlight is the fact that, again, the manual maneuvering of the spacecraft was so precise, and that is a capability that is unique to Starliner. So this is straight from the mouth of Butch, that he really felt that the vehicle performed very, very well in those manual modes as they were completing certain maneuvers earlier in the mission. So again, a great day. Everything is going great.
And once the crew does get docked to the International Space Station tomorrow, they will complete a series of events and checkouts of the spacecraft as well. The work does not stop once they get docked to Space Station. They'll be busy throughout their entire stay, including unloading some cargo. One particular piece of interesting cargo that is flying is a urine processor assembly spare to replace some hardware on board the International Space Station. They'll also work to configure Starliner into quiescent mode or docked operations and perform a safe haven exercise to verify that Starliner could be utilized in the unlikely event that that would be needed aboard the International Space Station. And so if you are just joining us, it's been a very busy day for NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams. They did launch from Florida at 9:52 a.m. Central Time. They are in a free flight portion now, over 6 hours into today's mission, and they've completed a series of checkouts of the spacecraft, everything going smoothly thus far. So to take a look back at some of the launch day highlights, let's look at a recap here.
And here are the astronauts who will fly for the first time ever in Boeing's Starliner spacecraft. Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sunny Williams, as you can see, suiting up for their mission into the history books. Good morning, and welcome to NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida for NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test, or CFT. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz.
And I'm Dee Russell with Boeing Communications. Also joining us today is NASA astronaut Mike Fink. Great to have you here.
Good morning. Third time's the charm. Beautiful day outside. The rocket's ready. The crew's getting suited up. This is an awesome day.
Yeah, beautiful start to the day so far, again, with that gorgeous sunrise we saw. And as you alluded, this is our third attempt to launch Butch and Sunny on a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket. And Starliner teams last tried launching on Saturday, but stood down just minutes before liftoff because of a power issue in a piece of ground support equipment.
NASA and Boeing want to certify Starliner for regular flights to the International Space Station as part of NASA's Commercial Crew program. Mike, why is it so important to have a second commercial spacecraft that can take astronauts to and from the space station from American soil?
We call it dissimilar redundancy. So the more chances, the more ways that we can send humans into space, the better it is for NASA and for our country and for the planet.
Now, Mike, I know you're great friends with both Butch and Sunny, and you got to speak with them late last night. So how are they feeling going into this third launch attempt?
I am very impressed with my colleagues for being such optimists and such professionals.
So we have people here in Florida and in Texas to help explain every part of this mission. Let's start first with ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennicke, who are monitoring the spacecraft and rocket from the United Launch Alliance's Advanced Spaceflight Operations Center, or ASOC.
Yeah, Dee, welcome to the ASOC. We are at ULA's rocket headquarters, really over here on the Cape side. Dylan and I have a great spot for today's launch operations. Here in the ASOC, we have special viewing and monitoring opportunities here in what I like to consider the press box that's, above the big game going on downstairs. We've got this great view of the launch control team down here, and then we have the mission directors on one side of us and engineering support on the other side. So it is really the best spot to be following along with all the procedures today. And we did just hear that we have a go to proceed with the pad team moving back over to the pad. And Dylan, that's because fueling is wrapped up.
Well, that's right, Lauren. Atlas V and Centaur are fueled and ready to go. But looking back at our experience over the weekend here during our second CFT launch attempt on Saturday, we held our terminal count at T-minus 3 minutes 50 seconds because of an issue detected by our ground launch sequencer. After the scrub, our technicians and engineers worked overnight to assess all of our ground support equipment at the launch pad. The assessment identified an issue with a single ground power supply within a redundant computer chassis that supplies power to a set of cards which control various system functions. That power supply fault caused several cards to go offline, and shortly after we entered terminal count, the ground launch sequencer attempted to verify the appropriate level of redundancy during terminal count, and when it received the feedback that those cards were offline, the ground launch sequencer terminated the countdown. On Sunday, that chassis that contained the faulty ground power unit was removed, visually inspected, and replaced with a spare chassis. We didn't find any physical indications of significant failure with it, so we'll be doing a full failure analysis on that power unit. Meanwhile, with the new equipment in place, we have performed a full functional checkout of the chassis and all the cards. All the hardware is performing nominally. So with that, we are complete with cryogenic tanking today. All tanks are in topping mode. Tanking and all of our operations today have gone very smoothly so far. All of our pre-launch checks are basically complete. As you said, the readiness poll has been completed for pad entry, and the blue team will be arriving shortly back on the pad to complete final checks before the crew arrives.
Well, good morning, Lauren and Dylan, and welcome to Hangar AE inside the broadcast booth where the commercial crew program, the management and engineers behind me are monitoring the ULA and Boeing's preparations for launch. You mentioned the weather, and of course that's a really good one today, as it has been for the previous two attempts. We are back at just 10% probability of violation, which is 90% go, and you can see why outside. It's a beautiful view outside. You see the graphic there, 90% go.
A great shot of Commander Butch Wilmore. With that, why don't we learn a little bit more about him? So NASA astronaut and retired U.S. Navy captain, raised in Mount Juliet, Tennessee. He is married to Deanna Wilmore, and they have 2 beautiful daughters. As a naval pilot, Butch racked up more than 8,000 flight hours and 663 carrier landings, all in tactical jet aircraft. He completed 4 operational deployments, supporting missions like Operation Desert Storm. And before his selection to NASA, Wilmore was on exchange to the Air Force as a flight test instructor at the Air Force Test Pilot School at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Butch is a veteran of 2 space flights as pilot on Space Shuttle Atlantis in 2009, and then in 2014 he served as flight engineer for Expedition 41 to the International Space Station. So far, Wilmore has spent 178 days in space and performed 4 spacewalks. This flight test will be his 3rd mission to the ISS.
And Sunny Williams, CFT's pilot and a retired U.S. Navy captain. NASA selected her as an astronaut in 1998, just 2 years before Butch. This will also be Sunny's 3rd mission to space, making her the first woman to test flight on an orbital spacecraft. Her first trip to the ISS launched in 2006. She served as flight engineer for Expeditions 14-15. She then returned to the orbiting lab in 2012 and was commander of Expedition 33. Sunny has more than 50 hours of spacewalk time, the 2nd most cumulative time by a female astronaut. So far, she has spent 322 days in space. Before NASA, Sunny was a former naval test pilot and instructor, logging more than 3,000 flight hours in more than 30 different aircraft. Williams grew up in Needham, Massachusetts. She's married to Michael Williams. She enjoys hanging out with their dogs, working out, hiking, camping, as well as working on cars and houses. We have teams at Mission Control in Houston monitoring Starliner's flight to the space station. Let's check in first with NASA's Brandy Dean and Boeing's Jim May.
Thanks so much, Dee, and welcome back once again to Mission Control at NASA's Johnson Space Center. I'm NASA's Brandy Dean.
And I'm Jim May with Boeing. The flight control team here in Houston, they're well rested and they're ready to get back to work, preparing to see Starliner safely through its first ascent with crew on board. The team's been training pretty hard for this. We've got hundreds of simulations and now a couple live scrub launches, so they're ready to get Starliner into space.
Yeah, I would say they're not going anywhere until Starliner does. The flight control team is again led by Flight Director Mike Lammers, who you see here in the view sitting next to Flight Director Rick Henfling. Henfling's working alongside him to keep an eye on the weather. And then further down the row on Lammers' other side, we have Canadian Space Agency astronaut Joshua Kutrick acting as today's Capcom.
And now we have an arm wrestling contest between Joe Acaba and Butch Wilmore. Oh, no, not right hand, lefty. Oh, here we go. Let's take this in. I think Butch said, "Are you trying?" Oh, I think it ended in a tie. Come on, guys. We're going to do some rock, paper, scissors. You know, I don't see any cards in this. This is a tradition. Normally, in this part of the suit up, after they've got their suits and done their checks, they do a card game. But in this case, it appears they are going with rock, paper, scissors. The whole idea here is to lose to the chief you see there, Joe Acaba. And he beat him. He beat him.
And here we go. Out of the suit-up room, Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sunny Williams walking to an elevator at the end of the hallway to depart astronaut crew quarters. Again, armed with roses. This time, it looks like orange or yellow roses. They had red roses the other day. But again, same tradition of handing some of those off to folks who have supported them throughout this mission.
Well, if the yellow roses work this time, I think Starliner 1 will be handing out yellow roses the first time.
Oh, that's wonderful. Here they come, our CFT crew taking their first steps outside for their historic flight test to the International Space Station. Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sunny Williams. Pausing for a second, a wave from both of them as they walk on over to family and friends. I think they're throwing out mission patches. Was that it?
Yeah, Butch definitely likes to share the joy.
And again, they had a couple more roses, which they've handed out to folks here in the crowd.
Atlas, which has a 100% mission success rate.
Go ahead. Yes, sir. Crew transport vehicle is entered the pad. Roger.
Yeah, that's right, Lauren.
Clear to proceed to level 12.
Crew has arrived on level 12.
And here they go. Butch and Sunny walking across the crew access arm. Their way into the white room there.
LCSYS on 1.
Before they get into Starliner.
Go ahead.
Step 170, L1 balloon cycle task is complete.
Roger.
Now, here in the white room, we have some other pad team members here. Obviously, they're all good friends, having a good time, and now a prayer before they get down to business.
Houston, Starliner, we're ready to power suit fan Bravo.
Roger that. Houston is also ready for suit fan Bravo, so you'll go on the Eclipse control panel, suit fan Bravo to on.
All right, here we go.
All right. Butch powering his suit fan on. You've heard a couple of comm checks there, actually, between the pad team member you see working at the top with Butch and Butch himself, and then as well as Butch back and forth between Josh Kutrick, who will be on Starliner 1.
Now here, Sunny is. She's in her pilot seat inside Starliner. We're going to see the same sort of process that we saw with Butch, right? So they're going to get her buckled in, same 5-point harness, the toe and knee restraints. And then also we'll hear the various comm checks, again, with different teams, right, that they need to be communicating with, Mike.
Absolutely. Everybody needs to be able to keep track for different reasons, but the Boeing Mission Control Center here in Florida, as well as the Mission Control Center in Houston, as well as the Launch Control Center here at the ASOC. And so everybody needs to be able to talk to each other, to the crew, in case there's something that needs us to fix or to solve before launch.
All right, guys, let's bring this up again because this does have special meaning to Sunny. Again, this is Sunny and Butch's zero gravity indicator. You can see that it is a rainbow sequence narwhal, which is a male toothed whale. And male narwhals are the ones that you see with the signature. Look at Look at Fink taking a picture of me, showing this to you like Vanna White over here. But so the male narwhals are the ones with that single straight tooth. And Sunny really wanted to pick an indicator that raised awareness for how space and ocean research go together. And space, of course, really gives us that unique vantage point of our oceans. So this particular narwhal toy was coincidentally also named Calypso, as Mike just mentioned, which happens to be the name of today's Starliner spacecraft, which Sunny named in 2019.
Going up with Butch and Sunny tonight is artwork from children all over the world. In collaboration with the Space Foundation, Boeing asked for drawings and paintings in response to the question, which historical space pioneer inspires you? They received about 3,500 entries from 66 different countries and 35 U.S. states. Every single entry will be flown as a digital file. The artists, ages 3 to 18, received a certificate showing their masterpiece would be flown to the International Space Station.
Starliner, be advised, we've been given a go to proceed with final hatch closure.
We are ready.
Oh, they are ready for sure.
They are ready, I know. We're ready too.
Several weeks.
Copy that. We're smiling out here too. See you in a couple weeks.
Flight Director Mike Lammers has been keeping close eye